My friend Sarah and I have a ridiculous, long-standing tradition, trespassing in old, closed-down buildings. Not for vandalism, but for the quiet, forgotten history. The local haunt we kept coming back to was the old Willard Elementary School. It closed down in the 90s, but the auditorium, with its faded velvet curtains and dusty hardwood floors, was still eerily pristine. It was a crisp, clear October night. It smelled of wood smoke and turning leaves. The harvest moon was fat and orange, pouring a shocking amount of pale, ethereal light through the high-arched windows of the auditorium. We were sitting on the edge of the stage, sharing a thermos of coffee, just talking about our futures. The atmosphere was calm, not spooky at all, just peaceful decay. Then Sarah stopped talking mid-sentence. Her eyes went wide and were fixed on a spot near the center of the stage. "Did you see that?" she whispered. "See what?" "A flash, like a shimmer, right there." She pointed to the spot the moonlight hit perfectly. We watched. Nothing. Then slowly, almost impossibly, a shape began to form in the moonlight. It wasn't opaque. It was like watching haze. But instead of distorting the light, it captured it, coalescing into the shape of a young girl. She looked maybe 10 years old, and she was dressed in what looked like a homemade pale blue tutu. She was completely silent. She didn't look like a ghost from a movie. There was no chains or wailing. She looked like a projection. Then she began to move. The whole thing couldn't have been more than a few seconds. But what we saw, it was a ballet performance. She was executing a slow, deliberate plie, her arms lifted into a perfect fifth position. She moved with impossible grace. The only sound was the faint, dry rustle of the wind outside and the slight creak of the old stage floor, which seemed to respond to her weightless movements. The unnerving part was her face. Her eyes were open wide, staring straight ahead, but there was no expression or life behind them. She was completely focused on her dance, a frozen moment of intense concentration. She finished the plie and began a simple tendu, extending her leg perfectly along the floor. As she did, the moonlight shifted slightly, maybe due to a passing cloud, and for a split second, I saw what wasn't there. Where her legs met the floor, there were faint, dark stains on the wood. They didn't look fresh, but they looked to be exactly where the focus of her movement was. It was then I realized she wasn't dancing on the floor. She was dancing into it. When she finished the tendu, she started a slow, controlled pirouette. As she spun, the edges of her form began to fray. The bright moonlight passed through her, and she looked like a ribbon of smoke. The skirt of the tutu seemed to dissolve first, melting back into the ambient light. Sarah, finally able to move, grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in tight. I know, I breathed. As the girl completed her final turn, her torso blurred, and then in an instant she was gone. The stage was empty. The moonlight was back to its pure, cold, indifferent glow. We didn't scramble out of there, but adrenaline was running through our veins, burning. We were both in shock, and we couldn't believe what we'd seen. And we decided that we were happy we'd seen it together. I did some digging a week later at the Town Historical Society. How could we not? I found a very brief mention in a 1940 newspaper clipping, local tragedy. Young Eleanor Maeve, 10, accidentally fell from the second-story library railing into the school auditorium. during a rehearsal for the annual fall play. The clipping was tiny, buried on page 6. She died instantly on the hardwood stage. And so, baby, we saw Eleanor. I work the late shift at a major rail hub. I'll keep the city unnamed, but think huge vaulted ceilings and echoing marble floors. My job is essentially security and dispatch until the early morning commuter trains start rolling in. It's a lonely gig. Most nights, the only company I have are the custodial crew and the ghosts. And believe me, this place has ghosts. It's an old building. Hundreds of thousands of people have passed through it. Tragedies have happened here. This story takes place on a Thursday night in December, many years ago. The city was under a bone-chilling cold front. The wind howled outside the thick glass, and the station was basically deserted. The last major Amtrak train had departed at around 11:45. It was 1:30 a.m. Time for me to do my final sweep of the waiting lounges and the side concourses. I was near the historic ticketing windows, the ones that they don't use anymore, when I noticed a suitcase. It was an old leather trunk, the kind your grandparents traveled with, sitting unattended next to one of the enormous columns. Immediate red flag. You don't leave luggage in a secure area. I grabbed my radio to call it in. As I crouched to inspect the bag, I saw a pair of feet. They were behind the pillar, perfectly still. I stood up slowly. I hadn't seen anyone here when I walked past a minute ago. I cleared my throat. Excuse me, sir. The station is closed. Is this your bag? No response. I stepped around the column. He was a tall man, wearing a heavy dark trench coat and a fedora pulled very low. He was staring intensely at the old departure board, the big mechanical clicker board, which was dark and offline for the night. You couldn't even read the old faded destinations. Sir, I repeated, louder, my hand inching toward my sidearm. I need you to confirm if this luggage belongs to you. The man turned his head, slowly. I couldn't see his face because of the shadow cast by the fedora, but the effect was terrifying. It wasn't the shadow of his hat that obscured his features. It was as if his face absorbed the light. It was a zone of pure, lightless black under the brim. He didn't speak. He just slowly raised his arm. He pointed his finger directly at one of the dark lines on the old board, the line that should have read the destination. As I stared at where he was pointing, a sound, a faint, dry click-clack, echoed through the massive hall. The mechanical flipboard, which was powered off and hadn't been used in 20 years, flipped. Only one row moved, the row his finger pointed at. On that line, against the pale yellow background, appeared a destination, spelled out in the old mechanical letters, Hellgate, NY. The moment the final Y appeared, the man let out a sound. It wasn't a word or a cough. It was a long, deep sigh of incredible bone-weary disappointment. It was the type of sigh that you make when you've waited your whole life for something and it's finally, terribly, not there. He dropped his arms. His black shape seemed to melt, dissolving from the bottom up, like ink being dropped into water. The coat, the fedora, the whole silhouette just faded into the air. I stood there frozen. I hadn't moved or said a thing. Then I remembered the click-clack. I looked at the board. It was dark. I turned. The trunk was gone. I scrambled everywhere, looking for the man, for the suitcase, I convinced myself at the time that I hadn't seen what I just described seeing, though I knew what I'd seen. I never saw him again, but I guess some people probably wait a lifetime to see a ghost just once, so chances are I never will. I've often tried to invent a backstory for this anomaly, but I come up short. I really just wish there was a way to know who or what he was. It's been 8 years since that day on Shasta with my friend Mike, and even though we don't really talk about it anymore, it still visits me every time the Weather Channel flashes a blizzard warning. Mike and I are expert ski mountaineers, the guys who thrive on earning their turns. This wasn't a casual resort trip. We were several thousand feet up on an unnamed chute, the type of vertical drop that makes your stomach flip. We started our ascent before dawn, planning to reach a specific saddle by noon. The weather forecast had been solid. Clear skies, low wind. But up on a mountain that size, the weather is its own god. By 11:30 a.m., a fast-moving front slammed into us. Within 10 minutes, visibility went from miles to maybe 20 feet. The wind was a physical force, trying to peel us off the mountain. It was a whiteout, a complete sensory deprivation tank of snow and wind. We decided to hunker down until the worst passed. We had a small snow cave prepared, just big enough for two. We were secured, but the psychological pressure of that silence, the one that exists in the heart of a storm, was unnerving. Around 2 p.m., Mike nudged me. "Did you hear that?" I shook my head. I couldn't hear a damn thing. The wind was roaring, but I listened closer. There was a metallic, almost rhythmic clinking sound, like ice axes hitting rock, but too steady for a struggle. It sounded like someone was climbing. In a storm like this, though, it was suicide. Then we saw a light. It was a small, focused beam, a headlamp, flickering through the swirling snow about 50 feet above us. It was moving slowly, steadily, upward. "Must be a rescue team," Mike yelled over the wind, hope in his voice. "They shouldn't be here, but thank God." We yelled a coordinated, "Hey, down here." Our voices were instantly shredded and consumed by the weather itself. The light didn't react. It just kept moving up, a ghostly, indifferent yellow circle. Mike, against my protest, decided that we had to check on them. If it was an injured climber, they were running out of time. He unclipped, strapped on his skis. "Just watch the light," he told me. He started traversing the slope, shouting again. The light reached a small rock outcropping and stopped. It stayed there, unmoving for a while. Mike got within 20 feet, his figure barely a shadow in the snow. And that's when something happened. The light beam didn't move, but the area around it shifted. It wasn't the snow. It was like the air itself was momentarily denser, taking the shape of a person standing at the lip of the rock. Just a black, featureless silhouette in the blowing snow, illuminated only by the light it was wearing. Mike had stopped moving and shouted back, "It's not moving." Just standing there. Then the silhouette turned. It wasn't a natural turn, though. I could see that even from where I was. It was slow, a sickening pivot, and the light didn't follow the movement. The lamp remained facing straight out, but the head of the shadow entity was now facing directly towards Mike. Mike yelled a short, choked sound of pure panic, frantically began skiing back toward the cave. He fell once, recovered, practically dove inside, tearing off his skis. "Mike, what was it?" I asked, My heart was hammering for some reason. Whatever it was gone. He was shaking, not from the cold, but from something deeper. There was no one there, man. No one. The light, the headlamp was there, floating, but the shadow, or that shape, when it turned, there was nothing there. Nothing. And then, well, you saw. It all disappeared. We waited it out for another 3 agonizing hours. When the wind finally calmed enough to let us see, we looked up. There was still no light. We'd scoured the slope at the outcropping with our binoculars when we got lower. There were no tracks or gear, no signs that anyone had been there, alive or otherwise. We reported it to the Forest Service later. A ranger just gave us a weary, knowing look. Shasta takes its share, he said quietly, especially in the sudden whiteouts. Happens every few years. Someone just disappears. Probably a hiker or skier who went off the trail. They usually find their gear in the spring melt, but he trailed off. He didn't need to finish. The mountain had kept its secret. But Mike and I know that we saw the ghost of someone. Could have been someone still trying to climb out, caught in the endless silent loop of their final moments, illuminated only by a lamp that had long run out of battery. But I guess we'll never know. My partner, Chloe, and I rented a secluded cabin in the Olympic National Forest for a week in November last year. We wanted quiet, a break from the city. We got the quiet all right. The cabin was exactly as advertised, old, rustic, surrounded by massive cathedral-like Douglas firs. The moment we arrived, we were engulfed by a fog that never lifted. Not a light mist, but a thick pea soup blanket that absorbed the light and sound. You couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. On the second night, a sound woke me up. Not a loud sound, but a subtle one, like a gentle tapping on the glass window just above the headboard. I nudged Chloe, wondering if she was awake. She said. Did you hear that? She mumbled something about branches. It was possibly branches, but it seemed intentional. Tap, 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 pause. I got out of bed and walked to the window. The cabin was on a small rise. There were no trees close enough to brush up to the second-story glass. I peered out, pressing my face against the cold pane. The fog was as solid as a white wall. I got back into bed, rationalizing it as condensation or the wind. I was almost asleep when the sound started again. This time from the living room downstairs. The same rhythmic tap, but on a different piece of glass. It sounded muffled, like something heavy and soft being gently pushed against the drywall, near the fireplace. The change in sound was startling, but I crept downstairs. The living room was dark, only the embers in the fireplace glowing. The thump stopped the moment my foot hit the bottom stair. I stood there for a full 5 minutes, listening to the cabin creak and settle. No more tapping, knocking. I checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked. No sign of entry. I went back up to bed, but I didn't sleep. The next day, Chloe and I went for a miserable, foggy walk. We found a small, rusted metal sign tacked low to a tree near the property line. It was so weathered you could barely read it. Property of the Olympic Sanatorium, 1934. When we got back, I pulled out my phone and used a weak signal to look it up. The Olympic Sanatorium was a small tuberculosis hospital, one that had closed in the 1950s. The site was now overgrown and the buildings torn down. The small print I found mentioned that the staff would often isolate the dying patients, putting them in small temporary outbuildings near the main hospital. This was used to prevent the spread of disease. They sometimes used a simple rhythmic tap on the walls to communicate with the nurses through the isolation. I wrestled with if Chloe would want to know something like this or not. We were staying one more night. I chose not to say anything. That night, I heard the thumping again, downstairs. But this time it was accompanied by something else, a long, drawn-out scrape that sounded like fingernails dragging through plaster. The sound moved from the living room, across the kitchen, and finally ended right outside our bedroom door. It was traveling in a way that no human or animal could. Soon I was watching the doorknob slowly, agonizingly begin to turn. The brass knob creaked with the effort. Chloe was awake this time. She and I were huddled under the covers, completely silent. We both saw and heard it. The doorknob turning, stopping halfway, turning back. He repeated this motion 3 times at least. Finally, a faint, almost inaudible thump came from the floor right outside the door. The doorknob stopped moving. The cabin went silent. We left at 4 a.m., not bothering to pack. We just drove out of the fog until we saw sunlight again. We didn't talk about the sanatorium or the thumping until we were hundreds of miles away, and I finally told her. We both agreed that, whatever it was, we didn't really want any part of it. And the permanent fog, it really didn't help the situation. I'll start by saying that Black Friday at a fulfillment center isn't a job, it's a waking nightmare. 16 hours of scanning, lifting, and the constant hum of the conveyors. You're running on 3 hours of sleep and lukewarm coffee and pure capitalist adrenaline. Everyone's irritable, everyone smells, and you're just trying not to get crushed by a pallet of discounted air fryers. This happened a few years ago when I was working in just that environment. Around 3 a.m., the absolute dead part of the shift when the online rush dips before the morning's second wave hits. I was picking in the furthest, darkest aisle, aisle 47. The one with the specialized heavy items nobody wanted to deal with. It was just me and the drone of the HVAC. I bent over to scan a box of industrial shelving units. I was alone. I hadn't seen another human being down the aisle for at least 20 minutes. The floor supervisor was way up front, dealing with a truck. I straightened up, and I felt something. A light, distinct cold pressure on my right shoulder. Not a bump. A very clear, firm hand. It hadn't scared me, more annoyed me. Instinctively, I turned my head to see which moron didn't know the 4-foot personal bubble rule. I figured it was Brenda from quality control, trying to give me a playful shove. But there was no one there. The aisle stretched out perfectly empty, lit only by the fluorescent tubes overhead. It was suddenly spooky. I blinked, shook my head. Exhaustion, I thought. My brain is short-circuiting. Of course. I went back to my work, trying to ignore the lingering chill on my shirt. But it couldn't have been more than 10 seconds later. I felt something else. A breath. Right near my left ear. A sighing, soft exhalation of air. It felt like it had been filtered through a freezer. Then another sound. The softest, most chilling whisper I've ever heard, right into my ear. It didn't sound like a man or a woman, just a dry, paper-thin rustle of a voice. Look. I jumped a foot in the air, spinning around, dropping my scanning gun. I looked left, right, up, toward the high shelving. No one. I was a good 100 yards from the next occupied aisle. My heart was doing a drum solo in my chest. I snatched up the scanner and sprinted, not walked, but sprinted to the main depot. The supervisor, Frank, is a massive guy who looked like he hadn't slept since 2008. He took one look at my face and sighed. "What is it, Greg? Spill on the floor?" "No, Frank, Someone touched me in aisle 47, whispered in my ear, but there's no one there." "Look, man, I don't know what's going on with aisle 47, but I'm gonna need you to go back." "But there's something there." I didn't have to walk out of my shift that day, because Frank must have just seen that I wasn't ready to go back, so I left. But I also never did go back. Why? Because I learned about Sherry. Sherry had died on the job, aisle 47, 3 years ago. It took them 2 days to find her tucked between the pallet racks, right near the end cap. Management hushed it up, obviously. Said it was a heart attack and didn't even mention it to me. The whole thing just left a bad taste in my mouth. I couldn't go back to that place. I only got the gig at the mill, Watson's Mill, because my friend Jen couldn't stop talking about community grants. "They'll pay you to scrape paint," she said, waving a form at me like it was a golden ticket. "Heritage restoration, fresh faces, we love that." I do not have what anyone would call a restoration background. I have a left shoulder that clicks when I carry lumber, and a playlist called Paint Fumes, but make it cozy. That's the vibe that I brought to the job. Capable enough, mildly underqualified, eager for a paycheck. The mill sits on a bend of a lazy river, half an hour outside of Ottawa. A rectangle of limestone and timber beams, glass panes that wobble in their frames. It's a building that you visit on a school field trip and swear that you'll come back to it in the fall when the leaves go red, which you never do. It smells like damp stone and flour, even though no grains have been through those stones for decades. They're making it a small museum again. Interpretive signs, a gift nook that will stock maple candies and tea towels with tasteful wheat motifs. The crew is a mix of a serious carpenter named Alex, a retired teacher who knows every nail's proper name, and me, who asks where we keep the big scrubby scrapey thing, and is handed a carding brush. The first week, it's all scaffolding and tarps. The second week, we're inside, patching hairline cracks and consolidating old mortar. The mill machinery is there, bulking and quiet. The wooden chute for the grain, the dresser, the leather belts looped over iron pulleys, a governor that looks like something that belongs on a steampunk poster. 2 metal balls that would spin out with the speed to regulate the stones. It's beautiful and blunt. You can imagine it roaring. Local lore does the rounds almost immediately. A volunteer with a key ring the size of a salad plate tells us not to worry if we hear footsteps on the 3rd floor, because that's just the building settling. Someone else mentions a girl who died in the mill in the 1800s, and then corrects themselves. No, it was a young woman, and the story's more complicated. But anyway, don't work alone late. We laugh. It's July. 4:30 sunsets are a problem for future us. But I don't experience something late or after hours. It's a Tuesday, maybe 3 p.m., which has got to be the least haunted time of day. Alex goes out to the truck to call the electrician. The retired teacher, Mr. Doyle, he insists on Mr., is counting screws in that way that retired teachers count things, methodically and for real. The river outside is low, summer lazy, the spillway half closed. I end up downstairs in search of a broom. The 1st floor is cool and cave-like, stone on all 3 sides and the river winking through the window on the 4th. You can smell grain here, even stronger. A ghost odor I can't place. Sweet, stale, something like old cereal boxes. I stand a second because it feels good on my sunburned skin, and then I remember the broom closet is near the main shaft, where the wheel connects to a fat iron rod that once turned everything. I don't know anything about mills in general, not really, but I've been looking at this shaft for 2 weeks at this point, and it's always made me think of an animal in a barn, sleeping, but alive. That's a weird thought to have, and I blame the podcasts I listen to with my headphones on, the ones where people tell you that their house sighs and talks and you believe them. The broom's propped up behind a display case that we haven't cleared yet. I'm dragging it out when I hear the belt whisper. That's the sound. Whisper. The long leather strap that hangs off the main drive gives this dry little shiver and shifts an inch. I'm now listening for footsteps above me, because movement in here means that someone's pulling something, right? But there's nothing. The upstairs is quiet except for a sander that's been off all day and the muted pigeon noise from the rafters. The belt shivers again. This time, it's not imagination. I can see it move. The main shaft gives a polite nudge. Tick. And the governor's balls, those iron spheres, they rock inward like a slow inhale. I lean over the railing and look out at the water wheel through the open slats. The wheel doesn't move. The river doesn't surge. Everything outside is July still. But inside, something is saying, let's try a little. Tick. Another nudge. Sort of movement you could explain 1,000 ways. Settling wood, thermal expansion, my own heartbeat. Except the next thing is not explainable by a heartbeat, at least not mine. The governor lifts. Not a lot. A thumb's width. It's just enough that the linkage rod connected to it makes the tiniest metallic sound. Alex, I call, because hearing your own voice makes the world line up. You down here? No answer. The retired teacher coughs once upstairs. Footsteps go across a board in a slow, I'm counting screws rhythm. There's this instinct to put your hand on a warm hood after a drive, to feel the engine's heat and say, yeah, it's been running. That's the impulse that I fight. You're not supposed to touch century-old equipment with bare hands, oil and all that. But the real reason I don't touch the shaft is because I'm a little scared of learning that it's warm. The governor lifts again. The leather belt slides a careful inch over the pulley, and the pulley in response rolls. It's not even turning, more like politely remembering how to move. I feel pressure in my ears, like when a train goes by, that tiny, irrational body sense of mass in motion. The mill, it smells stronger all at once, sweet and chalky, as if someone dragged a sack of grain across the floor and split it on a nail. Hey, I say to no one, don't. That's ridiculous. I'm talking to a building, but it stops, like a dog caught nosing a counter. The belt stills. The governor settles, lowest point. A clink as the linkage kisses its seat. The silence after is magnified. The river hush, the pigeon shuffle, my own breath. I stand for a long minute because moving feels like it's going to pop some sort of bubble. And then I go to the spillway lever, because of course there's a rational explanation, and I check it. The gate is exactly where it's been all day. Outside, the water wheel is as is. I put my palm to the shaft anyway, because I have to know. It's not warm, but it's also not cold. Stone is cool, room cool. It's just familiar. Upstairs, Mr. Doyle calls my name, wanting to know if I've seen the box of drywall screws. My voice sounds normal when I answer, I go back upstairs, and I spend the next hour just telling myself it's fine. At some point, Alex returns, smelling like sawdust and phone frustration. We argue mildly about lunch for the next day. Subs or that diner with the neon trout sign. And for some reason, I don't mention the governor. I don't mention the belt. I wasn't exactly worried about what they would say. It was more like I was just trying to figure it out for myself, deciding what had really happened. Later, when we're closing up, we all go down together to make sure the windows are latched. Casually looking around, the belt looks like a belt again. Everything's normal. Governor looks like a forgotten coat hook. We lock the door, and the mill keeps its cool breath behind stone. That night, I look up videos of the machinery, real diagrams. There are a million reasons that a belt might move. A draft, vibrations from upstairs, the river pushing just enough through the gate to rock the shaft, the leather relaxing. I believe those reasons. I also believe the smell of grain got incredibly strong for a few seconds there in a building that hasn't milled anything in living memory. So those things can both be true at once. On my last day, a few weeks later, I run a clean rag along the railing by the main drive. The rag comes up gray. I fold it in quarters and keep it in my pocket. It feels corny, but I wanted a piece of this place, one that wasn't a tea towel with wheat on it. Before I go, I stand by the governor and the belt and the shaft, and I say quietly, "You're gonna look great this fall." It might seem strange, but I guess when people say that a place feels alive, that mill definitely felt that way. So it didn't really feel like I was talking to a building. It was like I was talking to a person. My older sister was a real bitch in our younger years. She and her friends used to always bully me. Yeah, I was the typical little sibling always following her around, our parents telling her to bring her little sister everywhere she went. I get it. But some of the shit that they did was really mean. One Halloween night, I decided to enact a revenge plot that me and my friend Devin had been planning since July. We were like 11 at the time. My sister and her friends were 12 or 13 years old. If everything would have gone as planned, I think that we thought we could have devised the most ingenious, diabolical plan a couple of 10 and 11-year-olds have ever thought of. I'll first tell you the basis of our original plan, how it was supposed to go, and then I'll tell you how it really went. We were going to scare the absolute shit out of them and capture it all on Devin's little camcorder she got for her birthday. Then keep the film as a form of blackmail. That night, I told my mom not to pressure my sister to take me out because Devin's mom would be taking us around that night. She was cool with that. I told her we were having a sleepover, and she dropped me off before the sunset that night. In reality, Devin's mom was going to go to the bar a few hours after I was dropped off. Just enough time for her to answer the door, wave to my mom in the car. Neither of them the wiser that Devin and I had planned all of this. Her mom thought we were staying in that night. She even ordered us a pizza and rented some horror movies from Blockbuster. Maddie had softball practice that night, and right after my mom dropped me off, she went on her way to pick up Maddie. Maddie is my sister. We reasoned it would take at least an hour and a half for her to get home, get ready, and leave to trick-or-treat with her friends that night. Earlier in the week, I'd used my teacher's colored printer to print up some sleek, full-page size candy bar wrappers under the pretense that they were going to be used as decorations. She didn't care, just told me not to glue them to the wall. I didn't know why she told me that, and it upset me that she assumed that I'd glue paper to the wall like I didn't know any better. But I let it go. Later, Devin and I wrapped some of her mom's old empty smoke cartons. They didn't need to be fully covered because only the tops would be showing. Gigantic candy bars that made Devin's bag look like it was going to pop at the seams. I think we did a pretty damn good job at this. Anything less in the next part of our plan wouldn't have worked. The goal was to make it look like she'd scored big at a random house that wasn't so random. Devon's neighbor's house had been condemned since the summer, when we started planning all of this. When the fall came around, every time I'd go over to Devon's house, we'd sneak over there through the adjoining backyards and into the house through an unlocked cellar door. We only had to do that part once, though. We kept the back door unlocked and went in through there the other times. The daytime didn't make the house look any more appealing. Perfect for a Halloween prank. Terribly sad that someone actually used to live in there. It took us weeks, but we cleared out the entryway mess, dusted the curtains, and removed any visible clutter, stuff that would be visible from the front windows. By the time we were done, no amount of childlike imagining could make this disgusting hellhole look anything more than a disgusting hellhole. But from the outside, and a few feet in front of the doorway, it didn't look like a condemned hellhole. And that's all we really needed. Finally, the night had arrived and we had everything in place. Devon and I communicated via her old baby monitors. We filled her bag with the fake candy bars, and she was to go out and find my sister and her group, pretend their encounter was purely by chance. My sister knew Devon, and she knew that I was supposed to be with her. When she stops her, Devon will show them her bag, tell the group that we'd found a jackpot house. She told them the family was still trying to fit as many of these things into her bag as they could. She asked if they wanted her to show them where the house was, and those gullible fools insisted that she did. Devon's house is down a little alleyway that turns down a smaller alleyway, mostly covered in trees and overgrown bushes. She has a few neighbors, but the street's set up really weird, where there's only like 3 houses on the block, all angled in a weird triangle. There's a few open slots where people had planned to build, but most of those held the overgrown bushes where their best intentions went to die. You would have no reason to go down that area, even if you went out of your way to find it. There were no decorations, and none of the 3 houses looked like they could afford to keep the lights on, let alone a stack of giant candy bars, but somehow they still bought it. I watched them come down the block from the 2nd-story window. Devon led the group toward the house, and I laughed to myself, watching all of their giddy faces approach. A few of them were comparing the size of their bags to see who could get more candy. Up to this point, our plan had gone perfectly. What should have happened next was them to knock on the door. That's when I'd pull a long fishing line that we'd threaded through the stairs to make the slightly ajar door open on its own. Devon would encourage them to walk inside. I'd press play on a tape player that would start blasting scary noises through Devon's shitty little speakers. That would have terrified the group. Then I would have come down the stairs dressed as a ghost and chased them through the house Scooby-Doo style until they ran back out the front door with tears in their eyes back to their homes. Meanwhile, Devon and I would laugh and point at them as they ran away. So, we get to the part where I pull the fishing line. I hear Devon do her thing, coaxing the kids to go further in. Then, just before my finger hits play on the spooky noises, the house shakes with a huge boom. A cloud of dust blows up the stairway where I was hiding, and from below, the sound of my sister and her friends' screams fill the air. As the dust settled, I peered around the corner and saw that the whole entryway of the house had collapsed under the weight of all of the kids standing on it. The front door was still opened, swinging above the rubble. It sounded like a couple of them had gotten hurt in the fall. But what I heard next was arguably scarier than the crash itself. One of my sister's friends lets out an ungodly shriek, screaming, "Oh my God, there's something down here." Everyone started screaming like they were falling all over again. I can hear them make their way out of the basement from the cellar doors slapping on the walls outside the house. Their running and screaming faded into the distance, and I was left sitting on the stairs. After a few minutes of listening to the house slowly disintegrate around me, I called out, "Devin," a few times, only to figure out that I was completely alone in there. Or so I thought. The hole in the front door didn't block my only exit, because I could have still gone through the back door. That wasn't the issue. After the other kids had left, I started to hear more movement in the basement. More than creaks and cracks. It sounded like full-on deep grunts and growls, followed by heavy thumps up the basement stairway. Before I could open the door, I quickly stood up from the stairs and barricaded myself in one of the upstairs rooms with a broken, moldy dresser. I sat in there with my back against the wall. The whole room smelled like mold and dirt, but I didn't dare leave. I stayed as quiet as I could while listening to what my imagination made to be hooves running up and down the stairs from the first to the second floor. Its pace, although incredibly fast, sounded like human strides, but the way they popped on the wood sounded like hooves or high heels. It ran past my door a few times, but never tried to get inside. This went on for what felt like hours, until it just stopped with no resolution. I don't think I heard it leave. It was impossible to get an idea if it was upstairs or downstairs when the thrashing ceased. After that thought, it felt like a couple of hours had passed before my mom's voice yelled my name. She was with Devin and my sister, who both chalked me up to being dead. Devin stayed the night with us that night, and after that night, we weren't allowed to hang out that much anymore. I was definitely never allowed to go over to her house, but she could come over to mine. Given the circumstances, though, things could have ended up way worse than they did. I know one of my sister's friends broke their arm in the fall. I think another lost a tooth or something. Nothing disfiguring or life-changing in that sense. That was unfortunately the last Halloween that I ever dressed up, too. The next year, my friends group didn't think that it was cool anymore, and so I got to leave my last innocent childhood memory like that. We would have gotten them so good, though, if that whole floor thing wouldn't have happened. Never got any resolution on what was down there in the basement. My sister said it looked like a person, but what I heard sounded far from a person. I don't know. I hate that this tarnished my childhood. It's like finding the tooth fairy had been smothered to death under your pillow, accidentally. Like, there it goes. That sense of wonder and excitement was real, but brought to light in the most tragic-freaking way possible. Whatever. Ghosts and demons are real. I don't know what else I could have heard zooming around the house that night. If anything, though, we were the villains here, and I understand why something would be upset with kids destroying the place it called home. It wasn't on purpose, though, and whether it be a hoof demon or ghost wearing high heels, it should also know that, too. I'm sure it's forgiven us by now, right? Not my usual kind of post, but I guess I'm looking for someone who might have gone through something similar. Or maybe just a place to write it down so I don't feel so crazy. Either way, here goes. For context, I live a pretty boring life. Same town my whole life, work from home for a small marketing company. I don't go out much aside from groceries or the occasional coffee shop trip. I've got a small circle, my sister, 2 close friends, and my partner, Jamie. That's about it. It started about 6 months ago. My friend Mia texted me, asking if I'd gotten a new job. I said, no, why? She responded, weird, I saw you at the Shell station on Sycamore wearing a hospital badge. Even waved, but you didn't look at me. Thing is, I never go to that gas station. It's in the opposite direction of everything I do, and I definitely don't work at a hospital. I laughed it off. Told her maybe I had a twin that I didn't know about. She joked that my evil twin snubbed her. I didn't think about it again until about a month later. Jamie and I were watching TV when his phone buzzed. It was a missed call and voicemail from his cousin Jack, who lives about an hour away. We listened to the voicemail together. Jack said something like, "Hey, just saw Carrie at the plaza near the theater. Didn't realize you guys were in town. She looked like she was in a rush. I didn't get a chance to say hi. Let me know if y'all want to grab lunch." I was on the couch in sweatpants with a bowl of cereal at the time that Jack said he saw me. And again, the plaza is not somewhere that I've ever been. We both laughed it off. Maybe someone with a similar haircut, whatever. But it kept happening. A cashier at the coffee shop asked if I was feeling better, said I looked sick the day before when I came in. I hadn't been there all week. A neighbor waved at me one morning and later asked if I was house-sitting for someone down the block because she'd seen me coming out of their front door around 7 a.m. That one really unsettled me. Not because she was watching me. If you're from a small town, everyone knows what everyone's doing. Obviously, it unsettled me because I wasn't leaving that house. I don't even know the people in that house. And 7 a.m., I'm barely functioning until 9. But the worst one, the one that made me stop brushing it off, was what happened with my sister. She called me late at night, kind of panicked. I picked up before I could say anything. She said, "Where did you go?" I was confused. I told her that I was at home, in bed. What was she talking about? She said that she'd just seen me outside of her apartment. To be clear, my sister lives about 30 minutes away from me, in a secured building with a gate and keycard access. She told me that she had just parked and was walking up to her door when she saw me across the lot. She waved, and I didn't wave back. Instead, I turned and walked quickly around the corner of the building. She said it was definitely me. Same coat, same posture, same gait, same sister. She even called out my name. I told her that she'd been mistaken, that I wasn't anywhere near her place, and she didn't believe me at first. Actually, she got kind of upset. Said, "Why would you lie about something like that?" I had to FaceTime her, show her my bedroom, my pajamas, the fact that I was clearly not anywhere near her complex. That was the moment her face changed. I watched the realization wash over her in real time. She said quietly, "I swear to God, it was you. I'd bet my life on it." I asked her to describe what she saw. She said I looked tired, like I was avoiding her, but there was something off. She said my face looked tight, and that was the word she used, like I was forcing it to be neutral. And the way I walked, while familiar, it was a little unnaturally stiff. She thought that I was upset with her, avoiding a conversation. I haven't been to her place in months. Since then, she's been a little nervous with me. Not in a dramatic way, just little things. She double-checks plans, triple-checks, confirms things multiple times. She even asked once, "This is really you, right?" Half joking, but not really. And then just last week, Jamie told me something that really upset me. He said that he woke up around 3 a.m. and he saw me standing at the foot of the bed, just staring at him. When he called my name, I didn't move. He blinked, reached for his phone to turn on the flashlight, and I was gone. But I was asleep next to him, the whole time. He swears it wasn't sleep paralysis, says he sat up, that he saw someone who looked exactly like me, just watching. Maybe I'm giving him nightmares. Who knows? We tried to debunk it. He was dreaming. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, but he's sure of what he saw. I don't really know what to do with any of this. It's not like I can report it. I'd like to file a complaint about my double impersonating me in public. It sounds insane, but people keep seeing me. Not just seeing, but interacting, waving, talking, watching. and every time it's almost me, close enough to fool everyone I love, but not quite right. I know it's irrational, but even the idea of mirrors kind of freak me out now. I don't like the idea that there might be something else walking around in my skin. I haven't seen it myself, but I don't think I want to. Because if I ever come face to face with it, I don't know which one of us will still be standing when it's over. I mean, I have no idea what any of it means. I just know that it unsettles me deeply. I'm sure some of you on here are familiar with Naked and Afraid, the show. Well, I recently binged the XL series. Basically, naked people go out into the wilderness and try to survive with very little in the way of tools. They get to bring one item each. Sometimes they get a pot for boiling water. Most people bring machetes, fire starters, or mosquito nets, and everything else must be acquired in the wild. It sounds ridiculous, and maybe some of it is fake. I really don't know, but it's also addictive. I mean, these people are stark naked, no shoes, no nothing. But then they go out there and build shelters, collect resources, and many contestants make it all the way to the end. Sometimes that's 40 days, sometimes it's 60. Either way, it's insane. It's one of those things that makes you think, gosh, I wonder if I could do that. Well, spoiler alert, I could not. I only wanted to try for a weekend just for fun, just to see what it was like. When I got a nice secluded spot in the woods, I stripped down just like in the show. Then I took 3 steps and decided to put my shoes back on. The ground was covered in stickers, rocks, painful roots. There was just no way. When I went to sit down, the reality of what it meant to have my naked bits touching the ground set in, and I put my pants back on. At that point, it felt ridiculous to walk around topless, so I decided it was unnecessary to emulate every part of the show. Once my clothes were back on, I decided to get water from a nearby creek. It looked absolutely disgusting, even after I boiled it. There was no way that I was going to put that into my body. None. Luckily, I brought emergency bottled water and drank that instead. What's one more concession? The real challenge would be building a shelter and finding food. Now, I went into this knowing I wasn't going to kill some poor animal just so that I could pretend I was on a reality show. But there are plenty of fruits and berries in the area I visited. Theoretically, food should have been the easy part. It wasn't. I got lost. But Alicia, your phone has GPS. Yes, but I was playing a stupid game, so I left my phone at the campsite. That's how smart I am. I had been to that area before, but never ventured quite so far. Nothing looked familiar. I didn't leave any kind of trail to follow back. I kept thinking that I would find food just around the next bend, and then suddenly I was miles away from my campsite. Eventually I saw a building through the tree line and wept with joy. I had no flashlight, so I was going to be a whole different kind of screwed once it got dark. I ran to the clearing and found an old church building with a small graveyard behind it. I was very disheartened to learn that there were no people around. I searched inside the chapel and found nothing of use, just a few short rows of pews. In the daylight, it was a picturesque setting, like something out of a rustic painting, but I had a feeling that wouldn't be the case in an hour. I was relieved to see that there was a dirt road I could possibly follow to some sort of civilization. But alas, that too was a bust. I walked as far as I could, but the sun was working against me. I had to choose between going back to the church and sheltering for the night, or continuing down an unknown road into total darkness. I chose the church. By the time I made it back, the sun had completely set. The only light came from a small, starry patch in the overcast sky. The church was almost pitch black inside, so all I could do was feel for a pew and lay down. The hardwood hurt my back and my ass instantly. The thought of sleeping till morning was the only thing keeping me calm, and now that was gone too. I cried like a child. I was full on sobbing, having one of those what the fuck is wrong with me moments. I do that kind of shit all the time. I think something looks fun, so I dive in 100% without an ounce of research, and then I screw myself over. Every single time. After a few minutes, I thought my sobs were echoing. It sounded like a second person had started crying outside. But when I stopped, it stopped. The first time, I thought that I was losing my mind. But after it happened a second and third time, I was sure. I wasn't hearing myself. This was from an entirely different person. I felt my way to the door and called out. No one answered, but something took a few steps closer in my direction. That's when the fear set in. There wasn't even starlight to see by. It was just black. I hadn't thought about the reasons someone would be sneaking around in the dark. It wasn't very likely that someone else just so happened to get lost on the same night, also without a flashlight. I didn't know what to do. I stood there frozen. I'm not sure for how long, probably only a minute or two. But then the crying suddenly started again. It was loud and mournful. It sounded like the source was standing right next to me. Imagine someone is crying on your shoulder. It was exactly that. I reached out for whoever it was. I felt like if I could just get my hands on them, they would have to explain themselves or kill me. Either way, I had to know what I was dealing with. I couldn't handle the uncertainty, but I only grabbed air. I swear I reached through the sound. There's no way I didn't at least brush against someone standing that close. Then I remembered the graveyard, and I got really scared. My dumbass not only got lost in the woods, I got stranded in a haunted church. Who the fuck does that? I ran back inside, slammed the door behind me, like it would actually help if a ghost were chasing me. I sat down right against the door and I didn't move for a long time. Once the crying stopped, it didn't start again, and I was finally able to calm down a little. Eventually, I decided to feel my way back to the pew, but when my hand found one, it felt wrong. The arms were standard pew arms, smooth wood with slight curves like you'd see in any church. As I probed further, I realized something was on top of the arm and lifted it with both hands, trying to get a feel for what it could be. I really don't know how to describe it outside of saying exactly what I think it was. It was a skeletal hand, 4 fingers, a thumb, a goddamn hand. Not a living one, of course. Whatever I held was definitely dead. When I pulled, it was like pulling on a body, and it fell toward me. I let go and jumped back, expecting to hear it hit the ground, but there was no sound at all. I wasn't brave enough to go feeling around again, so I made my way back to the door, leaned against it until there was enough sunlight to hit the road. It was absolutely the longest night of my life. Sometimes the floors would creak or there would be a sound outside, but nothing seemed to get close to me. When there was finally enough light to see my surroundings, I could confirm there was no skeleton present in the chapel, nor anything else that I could have mistaken for one. It seems like a completely normal church, and outside there was a peaceful little cemetery. No trace of the previous horrors in sight. I ended up walking down the road for over an hour before a nice old lady stopped and asked if I needed help. She took me back to my campsite where I promptly packed my things and got the hell out of there. The googly eyes on my child's art project moved the other day. I watched them as they moved from left to right and back again. At one point during their cycle, they both stopped in the middle of their domed enclosures, like the eyes were looking back at me. It sounds completely absurd. It felt absurd confirming with myself that these black dots were actually moving. The googly eyes are glued on a clay cup that over the last week she'd painted, put it in a kiln. When my daughter brought it home, we put the eyes on. She was supposed to fill it with her favorite drink and bring it to school the next day. My daughter didn't notice it. I felt for vibrations or any sort of explanation for what I'd seen. But if I'd been honest with myself, I knew the obscure way those black circles drifted up and then back and forth, like they did. They weren't going to be the result of my daughter's knee bumping the table. It made me incredibly anxious. When the dots floated back down, I grabbed a bunch of cocoa packets, stuffed them in the cup, and then stuffed it into her backpack. She'd be bringing it back to school the next day, so I tried not to think any more about it after that. But today, she brought the cup back home. I shouldn't have been surprised, or at least I should have acted like I wasn't as surprised. When she pulled it out of her backpack this afternoon, well, have you ever accidentally said something out loud that you thought you were thinking? I don't know how to explain it, but in my defense, I was caught off guard, and I really didn't know how uncomfortable it made me until I was face to face with the googly eyes again. I accidentally blurted out, "No, Taylor, why'd you bring that home again?" Then I thought, "No, Judy, you just said that out loud. Recover, recover. She's looking at you. Say something quick." So I go, "Why'd you bring that home again? Because all my other cups are going to get jealous that I'm drinking from this one every day." Boom, mic drop. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and now I'm dreading having my morning coffee in it tomorrow. I've considered breaking it, talked to my partner about it. He doesn't think that I should break it. He thinks I'm overreacting. I think I could possibly be saving us from a demonic poltergeist, but oh well. He's not a skeptic either. This isn't the first time our girl has brought some miscellaneous item with something attached to it home. It's like the spirits are attracted to her. I don't like it. The first time she brought home a stuffed goose that she'd picked out of a pile of stuffed animals at the state fair. The night I came home with us, things started happening around the house. I'd hear footsteps in other rooms when I was the only one home, and the stuffed goose would randomly appear in different places, even after I had consciously remembered putting it somewhere else. Every time I'd see it out of place in the house, I'd just grab it again and walk it back into Taylor's room. These things I could ignore. They weren't big enough to throw me off my routine, although I did hate finding that goose everywhere. It felt intrusive. As much as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't get rid of the sense that I was being spied upon in my own home. I think the more I ignored it, the more its insistence for acknowledgement intensified. That's the only way I can describe it. For example, originally when I'd find the goose in different places, it would be on the floor. Then I'd start finding it on the couch and tables around the house. Then finally one night I'm crawling into bed, and as I'm getting under the sheets, the back of my legs feel the unmistakable prickly fur of the stuffed goose. I screamed. It woke up my partner, and it made the neighbor's dog bark. But I'd had enough, and that dog always barks at any time of the night without my help, so I didn't feel bad about that either. I marched that goose directly outside and straight to the trash. As I'm walking out the door, I see my partner in the living room. I ask what he's doing down there, as I could have sworn I'd just seen him in bed a second ago. That realization made me physically sick when it left my mouth, and extra urgent to get that stuffed goose out of the house. I couldn't wait for his response. I ran past him, out the door, to trash it. My partner followed me out and asked me if I had just come from our bedroom upstairs. I tell him, yes, I was just getting into bed, and I found this goose, decided I hated it, and wanted to throw it in the garbage. He looked pale. His eyes looked like they were filling with tears. He goes, I was in bed, but I heard you calling my name from downstairs. He pauses to ask me again, almost pleading with me that I was messing with him. But I promised. He tells me that it was my voice calling him, telling him to come downstairs, although he knew deep down that I was in the shower upstairs. The voice he heard was so convincing that he followed it downstairs. In our house, there is a small hallway that you have to walk through from the bottom of the stairs to the living room. He says that he saw what he thought was me turning the hallway corner into the living room, but he couldn't find me when he got there, and he nearly had a full-on heart attack when I came running up behind him, looking crazed with a stuffed goose. It was a draining experience for us both. I had the chance to tell him all the crazy stuff that had happened with the goose, and that's where I thought all the energy was coming from. The next morning, when Taylor asked where it was, I told her that the goose was infested with bugs, so we had to throw it out. Not my best, but the latter was telling her that it was infested with the devil. Taylor's asleep now. I passed by her bedroom a few moments ago, saw her curled up under the covers, breathing softly, safe. The mug is still on the kitchen counter. I tried moving it to the cabinet earlier, just to get it out of my sight. But I only made it a few steps before something inside of me said nope. Back on the counter it went. I can't keep it, but I also can't just throw it in the trash, not like the goose. She made this thing. She was proud of it. She watched it come to life with paint and glitter and a gallon of glue, even with the eyes. And I saw her face when I joked about all the other mugs being jealous. I gave her that moment. I can't rip it away now. At least, not in a way that she'll notice. So I've been brainstorming. Maybe it accidentally falls off the shelf tomorrow. Maybe it gets a chip and becomes too sharp to keep. Maybe it goes into a donation box and finds its way to a very unlucky thrift store. But it has to go. I know how this starts. Small things, subtle shifts, feelings you try to ignore, until one night you find yourself questioning your own reality while your partner insists nothing is wrong, and your daughter is calling out from her room, saying she saw something move in the hallway. I'd rather deal with the disappointed 6-year-old than open that door again. And I know this sounds crazy, but the longer it stays, the more I can feel it. Not just the movement of the eyes, but something else. Like it's aware of me, the way I'm aware of it. Like it's waiting for me to slip up, let my guard down. No, I've learned my lesson. The mug has to go. Quietly, carefully, before whatever's inside decides to stay. This happened the summer I turned 12. It was one of those sticky southern nights where the air feels literally thick, like syrup in your lungs. My cousin Caleb and I were spending the week at our grandma's farm. This was in Georgia. Our parents were taking a grown-up trip to Savannah. Her farm was old, real old. Half the house leaned. The floorboards complained when you walked. There was a barn out back that nobody used anymore. Not since Grandpa died. Grandma said the roof leaked and the floor was half rotted, but we were kids, so obviously we weren't supposed to go near it, which meant, of course, we went straight there. The first few days were harmless. We'd sneak out after dark, armed with flashlights and a jar, run around catching fireflies in the fields. They were everywhere, floating slow through the tall grass, blinking like soft Morse code. It felt kind of magical. Caleb said they were fairies, and I didn't correct him. Then, one night, we chased a whole group of them right to the barn. The door was partly open, even though it had been shut earlier. I remember that. It creaked when the wind hit it, just enough to make it feel like the barn was actually breathing. I told Caleb we shouldn't go in. He told me to stop being a baby. Inside it smelled like mold and wood rot and something faintly sweet like dried tobacco. Moonlight cut through holes in the roof, casting pale lines across the dusty floor. And there were fireflies, so many fireflies, floating in a tight cluster in the center of the room. But they weren't flying right. They weren't moving like bugs. They were blinking in patterns. On, off, pause. On, off, pause. All at once? No way. Caleb whispered, "I think they're spelling something." I laughed, but it came out weird, nervous. Like what? He didn't answer right away. He just stared at them, eyes wide, mouth slightly open, and then he said, in this quiet voice that I've never heard him use before, "Don't go to sleep tonight." I shoved his arm. "Quit messing around." He didn't move. He just pointed at the fireflies. "It's what they're saying. Look." I watched. Blink, blink, pause. Blink, blink. It did look like a pattern, like something trying to be understood, but I didn't understand it. And then they all blinked off at once, every single one of them, and the barn went black. And in that pitch-dark silence, I swear to God, I heard someone breathing just a few feet away. Not Caleb, closer to the ground, like someone lying there. We ran, tripped over each other getting out. We didn't stop until we were inside the house and the doors were locked, lights on. We didn't tell Grandma. We didn't talk about it until the next day. And that night, we stayed up, because every time Caleb started nodding off, he'd jerk awake, like someone had whispered something in his ear. In the morning, when we looked out the kitchen window toward the barn, you could see that it was shut again, tight, padlocked. Neither of us had touched it, but there were dead fireflies on the porch, tons of them, arranged in lines. I was 11 the year we lived on Cinder Avenue. My mom called it our in-between place, which meant the rent was cheap and the paint was already peeling when we moved in. A third-floor walk-up over a laundromat, 2 bedrooms, 1 small living room, with a window that looked out onto the alley. It wasn't a bad neighborhood, just tired. Streetlights burnt out and stayed that way. Trash trucks came late. Everyone's walls were a little too thin, and everybody's door didn't quite latch right. Halloween that year landed on a Saturday. Mom worked the late shift at the diner, and she let me and my brother hand out candy while she was gone. We were old enough, she said, as long as we kept the door locked. It was cold early that evening, air sharp, sky the color of steel. The trick-or-treaters came in bursts, whole families at once, then half an hour of nothing. Every time someone knocked, we'd fight over who got to open the door, even though it was the same handful of kids from our building. Around 8, the knocks stopped. We left the bowl by the door and turned off the porch light. My brother changed channels until he found Are You Afraid of the Dark, and we sat on the floor eating the rejects, the taffy nobody wanted. As the show started, I heard something. A scrape, soft but steady, somewhere behind us. I turned the TV down. The sound came again. Metal on concrete, dragging, slow. My brother said it was probably the wind moving the dumpster lid, and he went back to watching it, turning it up. But I didn't. The window was right above the kitchen sink, the one that looked over the alley. We kept a small gap in the curtain so we could see if the landlord's cat was out there. From where I sat, I could see a slice of yellow light from the bulb above the back door. Something tall was standing just outside that light. Not close enough to see clearly, just a shape in the middle of the alley, still facing the building. I told my brother someone was out there. He came over and squinted through the curtain and said that he didn't see anything. He was shorter than me. I told him to stand on the chair. He did, looked again and said, "Oh." We stood there for a long time watching it. The figure didn't move, didn't shift or sway like a person trying to keep warm, just stood there in the faint cone of light. I remember thinking that it looked like something in a long coat. After a minute, my brother said that we should turn off the kitchen light so it couldn't see us. We did. That's when it took a step closer. Just one. enough that I could see the edge of the light touch part of its shoulders. We instinctually moved away from the window. I told him to lock the door again, even though it was already locked. He whispered that maybe it was Mom, but even then, we knew it wasn't. She didn't have a coat like that, and whoever this was too tall. We sat on the couch with the TV off, listening. The scrape came again, slow, deliberate, right under our window now. Then a soft, dull tap sounded like it was on the glass. It wasn't a knock. It was just one fingertip dragging across. We held our breath. I remember feeling my pulse in my throat and counting the seconds. After a while, we heard the back door of the laundromat downstairs slam, and the sound made both of us jump. And then there was nothing. 10 minutes later, headlights filled the alley, washing everything bright. Mom's car. We tore to the door before she even got out of it. She asked what was wrong. We both tried to talk at once. She thought that we'd just scared ourselves with the movie, the show, until she walked to the kitchen. Her face changed when she looked at the window. There was a handprint, clear as day, half-moon smudge across the glass. It was high, higher than either of us could reach, and it was on the other side. It was wide, wider than hers. She touched it once with the edge of her finger and tried to wipe it away with a dish towel. It didn't wipe away. She didn't say much after that, just told us to go to bed and double-check the locks herself. The next morning, she said she talked to the landlord about the alley light. She didn't. We never mentioned it again. A few weeks later, the woman who ran the laundromat told Mom that somebody had been sleeping behind the building. She'd found blankets and empty cans tucked behind the dumpster. Said the cops came and cleared it out. That made sense to everyone else. But here's what never made sense to me. The night before we moved out, I went down to throw out a last bag of trash. It was late, almost midnight. The alley bulb had burned out again. It always did that, though. For just a second, in the reflection of a back window across the way, I saw movement. Something tall stepping out of the darkness, coat brushing the ground. I dropped the trash and I ran upstairs. Clearly, they hadn't gotten rid of anything. This was roughly 25 years ago. I've lived in a dozen different cities since, and every apartment I've ever rented, the first thing I check is the alley window. I'm not scared of ghosts. I'm scared of tall, quiet people who stand too still under half-dead light. I used to work at a speakeasy. Obviously, I can't tell you where it is, secrets and all that, but I'll tell you this much. It's still around, still open, still pouring drinks, and I've never worked anywhere quite like it. I don't mean one of those fake Instagram-y looking speakeasies where you push through a phone booth to get to some neon-coated cocktail lounge. I mean, this place was actually a speakeasy during Prohibition. The front has changed over the decades. Restaurants, stores, even an office space at one point. But the basement never left. That basement was where I worked. Brick walls, low ceilings, lighting that makes everyone look a little better after 2 drinks. We leaned into the old school vibe. Strong cocktails, candlelight, and music that feels like it belongs in the room. People loved it. But here's the thing about working in a space like that. You start to feel the history, and sometimes the history literally feels you back. Of course, I'll explain. During Prohibition, the basement had been the kind of spot that people only whispered about. You couldn't and wouldn't just stumble in. You had to know someone. The door was hidden, and once you were inside, you had live jazz, poker tables, bathtub gin, the whole 9 yards. But the good times didn't last in this little spot. In the late 1920s, the place got raided. The story goes that the feds kicked down the door. People panicked, bottles smashed, tables overturned. And somewhere in the chaos, a man was shot. No one agrees on whether it was a gangster, a customer, or just some poor guy in the wrong place at the wrong time. All they say is that he was wearing a dark suit and never made it out of that basement. My first night, when I first started there, the other bartenders gave me the usual new hire warnings. Not about showing up late or skimming tips, about the ghosts. They told me, if you're closing alone, don't hang out too long after the last customer leaves. And if you hear music when the bar's dead silent, just let it play. I remember sort of laughing. I thought I was just part of the shtick. Every old bar has its ghost story, right? But my first real closing shift, weeks later, I found out they weren't joking. I was wiping down the counters, counting the till. I started to notice something. Faint music. Not from the speakers, they'd been off for a half an hour. And not from upstairs. The place above us was closed too. It was jazz. Old, scratchy. Like it was bleeding through from another time entirely. A trumpet. Low and lazy, with piano underneath. It was so soft at first I thought that maybe I was imagining it, but then it just swelled, enough to make me stop what I was doing and listen. And then just like that it cut off. Dead silence. I told myself old building, weird things, but that explanation felt thinner than the walls I was working under. A few weeks later, I was restocking bottles near the hallway that led to the bathroom. I looked up and was stunned. There was a man standing in the hallway, tall, broad shoulders, wearing a dark suit. The longer I looked, I realized he wasn't solid. Not see-through exactly, but like the edges of him were blurred. He didn't move towards me, he just paced slowly. From one end of the hallway to the other. I called out, thinking maybe it was a customer who'd wandered back, but as soon as the words left my mouth, he was gone. He didn't walk away, he just disappeared. As I was leaving that night, I mentioned it to one of the servers, trying to sound casual. She gave me this look and said, "Oh, so you've met him." Like she was waiting for me to bring it up. Apparently everyone who works there sees him eventually. Always in the hallway, always pacing. So the stories they told me on the first day weren't bullshit, because I saw it for myself. It wasn't just him either. Glasses would slide down the bar when no one was near them. He'd set a bottle on a shelf, turn to grab another, and the first one would clatter to the floor. Customers sometimes mentioned seeing an extra man in the mirror, the one behind the bar, even when there was no one standing where they swore he'd been. That music, it always happened. Always late, always after stragglers were gone. Sometimes just a trumpet, others a full band. Always jazz, always from nowhere. One night the entire staff had heard it. We were having a team meeting, sitting around, some counting tips, others talking, when the faint sound of a sax drifted through the room. We all stopped talking at the same time. We listened as it built for maybe 30 seconds, then cut off in the middle of a note. None of us said a word. We just got back to our work, continued our conversations. I didn't quit because of the hauntings. Honestly, part of me loved it. The idea that I was working in the same place that people had been laughing, drinking, hiding from the law a century ago. It gave the job weight. Like we were just the next act in a show that never really ended. But I'll never forget that man in the suit. I only saw him once, but I can still picture the way he walked. Slow and deliberate. From a different time, honestly. And like he'd been pacing that same hallway for 100 years. So is he the gangster, just a poor guy, wrong place, wrong time? Maybe both, maybe neither. All I know is I never really got to see him again. I guess he just wanted to introduce himself. I've never told anyone this in full. My wife knows something weird happened, but I've never gone into detail because honestly, I don't think anyone would believe me. I'd prefer to stay anonymous, but I just keep thinking about it over and over, so here goes. This happened about 6 years ago off the coast of North Carolina. I was scuba diving with 2 friends on a wreck that we'd been planning to explore for a while. An old World War II freighter sitting about 90 feet down. Visibility was okay, current wasn't bad. I was the first one down. I should mention that I've been diving for about 15 years. I know my limits. I'm careful with air, depth, decompression. This wasn't my first time diving wrecks either. About 20 minutes into the dive, I broke off slightly from the group to check out a passage under a collapsed portion of the hull. My buddies were nearby, maybe 15 feet off, clearly visible. I saw what looked like an old ladder descending into the sand, half buried. I went down to inspect it, and that's when something changed. The water, it felt thicker, and the temperature, it had dropped, but only around me. It got dark fast. Visibility went from 15 feet to maybe 5 in seconds. It was like a fog bank had rolled in underwater. My dive light started flickering. At first, I thought that it was dying, but I'd just changed the batteries that morning, and that's when I noticed something else. This sound, like a vibration, not mechanical, and not marine life. It was low and rhythmic, almost like breathing. Not mine, something big. I turned to signal my buddies, but I couldn't see them anymore. Nothing but cloudy water. I checked my gauges and everything looked fine. I wasn't low on air. I wasn't panicking. Not yet. And then I felt a hand. It closed around my upper arm, firm, cold, and unmistakably human. It wasn't a snag. It wasn't gear. This was a hand. But there was no one there. I spun around fast. My heart was pounding as I did. I was expecting to see one of my friends screwing with me, but no one was there. Just emptiness. My light steadied for a second, and I swear to God, just beyond the beam, I saw a face. Pale, eyes open, but blank. Air floating upward like seaweed, and then it was gone. I was sort of frozen in place. I didn't know which way was up anymore. My mask fogged slightly, and I realized that I'd started breathing too fast. I forced myself to calm down and check my compass. I turned toward where I thought the wreck was, but it was like the ocean had swallowed it whole. I was just gone from everything. And that's when it got worse. My regulator suddenly stopped pulling air. Not a full failure, just a sudden resistance, like something had clamped down on the flow. My tank had plenty of PSI. I tapped the gauge, nothing. I tried my backup, same thing. In that moment, I was 90 feet underwater, alone, disoriented, and couldn't breathe. Then I felt another touch, this time on my back, not grabbing, pushing. Firm and steady. I started rising slowly at first, then faster than I wanted. I should have been inflating my BCD, but I hadn't touched it. My hands weren't even on the controls. Whatever was pushing me, it was guiding me up. I could feel fingers between my shoulder blades. It didn't feel aggressive, just urgent. I broke the surface, gasping, ripping my mask off and coughing. I was almost 100 feet from the dive boat. My friends surfaced about 5 minutes later, panicked. They'd lost sight of me and had been circling the wreck looking for any sign of me. I asked if either of them had grabbed me or seen anyone else down there. They hadn't. I didn't tell them about the hand or the face, not then. Later, when I logged the dive, I checked my depth profile. There was a strange anomaly. My depth jumped erratically for a few seconds before I started ascending, like I'd been lifted. I kept thinking about the face, the hand, the way it felt so deliberate. I even did some digging into the wreck, and it turns out that the ship had gone down in 43 after taking a torpedo. Most of the crew made it off, but 3 were listed as missing, never recovered. Divers say it's one of the more active wrecks, but most people just chalk it up to eerie feelings or cold spots. I know what I felt. Someone or something down there, and it didn't want me to die. Make of that what you will. Last year I had to travel for work. Just a 2-day conference at a mid-sized hotel in a city that I'd never been to before. I didn't exactly look forward to these trips, just packing business clothes in one half of my suitcase and sweatpants in the other, but I was always excited for the free breakfast buffet. This hotel was old, not in a charming historic way, but in a slightly too dark, vaguely lingering smell way. The carpets were patterned to hide stains, and it was a kind of busy swirl that looked different depending on how tired your eyes were. My room was fine, bed, desk, TV mounted too high on the wall, but the bathroom immediately felt off. Stuffy, like the air had been sitting in there for way too long. Even with the fan on, it felt heavy, like it didn't want me in there. It was dark and dingy, sorta like the rest of the hotel, but worse. The first night while I was brushing my teeth, I realized it was darker in there than it should have been. The light above the mirror worked, but it cast shadows down instead of out. I stepped into the hall and flipped on the extra lamp near the closet, hoping it would brighten things up. When I turned back to the mirror, I was horrified. A lock of my hair, thick enough to see, was standing straight out, as though someone was holding it between their fingers. I don't scare easily, but it made my stomach jump, and my instinct took over. I whipped my head down to shake it free, only it didn't fall. There was resistance, a tug like something was still holding on. That was enough for me. I yanked my hair loose from this phantom. I grabbed my jacket and practically bolted downstairs. The hotel bar was nearly empty, and though my mouth tasted like toothpaste, I needed a drink. So I ordered that drink, trying to act casual, but I must have looked shaken because the bartender asked if everything was okay. I told him the truth, or part of it. I said that the bathroom, felt strange, like the air was bad in there. I joked about how maybe the hotel was haunted. He smirked and said, "You wouldn't be the first guest to say that." Well, that set me on edge, but he quickly waved it off. It's an old place, drafty. People love to scare themselves. It happens a lot. I've worked here 10 years and I've never seen anything. He said it with such confidence that I almost believed him. By the time I finished my drink, I'd convinced myself I'd overreacted. I thanked him and went back upstairs, told myself I just needed to sleep. For a while it worked. I fell asleep fast, the way you do after travel and one too many drinks. But then I woke up. It was exactly 3:30 a.m. The clock glowed red from the nightstand, the brightest thing in the room. At first, I didn't know why I was awake, but then I heard it. Banging. I shot upright with my heart pounding out of my chest. The sound was so loud and so sudden, I thought someone was trying to break into the room. My eyes went straight to the front door, but it was quiet there and untouched. The banging came again. It was from inside, the bathroom door. I can't describe how bad that felt. It wasn't the sound of a fan kicking on. It was fists, someone pounding on the other side of that closed door. My brain did that thing where it kept trying to explain it away. Maybe the neighbors, maybe something with the plumbing, but no. The sound was inside my room. I couldn't bring myself to open the door. I didn't even want to get close. I threw on my clothes, grabbed a bag, and left. Not the hotel, not yet. I had a job to do. I went down to the 24-hour gym, the only place with lights on and other people occasionally coming and going. I stood on a treadmill with my phone in my hand like I was ready to call someone, though I wouldn't have known what to say. I stayed there until I got my breakfast buffet. And then I went in, ate in silence, and forced myself back upstairs, only long enough to shower and change for my work event. I looked like a zombie in the mirror, hair still damp, eyes rimmed red. I avoided that bathroom as much as I could, brushing my teeth in the corner like a kid afraid of the dark. That night after the conference wrapped up, I didn't go back. I found a chain hotel near the airport, the kind with bland lighting, rooms that smelled faintly like cleaning. It felt soulless in a way that was comforting. I haven't really thought much about that trip since, except for when people ask me if I've ever had a ghost experience, kind of like this forum. I don't know what I believe, but I do know this. I'll never forget the feel of my own hair being held by something that wasn't there, or the sound of fists pounding on the bathroom door that no one was behind. Halloween my sophomore year of college would have been 1996. Back then, if you wanted to find a party, you didn't check Facebook or text a group chat. You just heard about it through a friend of a friend, or you'd see flyers taped up around campus. And that's how I ended up at this one. Some big house just off campus, the kind that always seems to have a party going on. Old carpet, low ceilings, speakers so loud the bass made the porch rattle. I remember walking in and being hit with a wall of cigarette smoke, warm beer smell, and sweat. There were red Solo cups everywhere, people dressed up half-assed. One guy wearing devil horns and jeans, another just wore beer on a white t-shirt. This was college Halloween in the 90s. Nobody was trying too hard, I guess. At some point, people kept talking about this guy in the mask. He had one of those flimsy Jason knockoff plastic white masks. You could buy them for $1 at Walmart or any random store, but nobody usually did. His outfit, of course, was also nothing elaborate. Just a hoodie pulled tight around the mask and black pants, black shoes, black gloves, you get it. He didn't talk much, if at all, but he was always standing there, leaning against the kitchen door frame, standing in the corner of the living room, sitting on the chairs. People thought it was hilarious, creepy, but harmless. It was all a game of figure out who it is. A few people even high-fived him like he was part of the fun. The weird thing was, nobody actually knew who he came with. I thought that he was with this guy Jeff because I saw them near the cake together. But later, Jeff swore that he'd never seen him before that night, and that he didn't know who was under that mask. Someone else thought that he came with a group from another dorm. Another girl said that she assumed that he was her lab partner based on how he had been following her around, but then she realized that he'd shown up in a different costume. It was one of those things where, at a party like that, you just sort of shrugged it off. Too many people, too much noise. No one knew everyone anyway, and that was probably the fun of the costume. Things got strange, though, when a girl, pretty drunk by then, sat on his lap while he was hanging out on the stairs. She thought that he was her boyfriend who was also at the party. When the real boyfriend walked in, he saw her with the masked guy. Everything exploded. He stormed over, started shouting, grabbing her by the arm. She screamed back. People got involved, some laughing, thinking that this was just a drunken drama. But then the masked guy stood up, the cheap Jason mask. He went to face the boyfriend, who, if I didn't already say, was the real Jason. He didn't say a word, though. He just reached into his hoodie and pulled out a kitchen knife. Not a little pocket knife. A long, jagged blade that looked like it had been yanked straight out of somebody's drawer. At first, no one moved. I think half of us thought it was still a joke, or like a prop. But in one swift motion, the guy slashed at the boyfriend, and he went down. Blood everywhere. The room went from noisy to pure panic. People were shoving, spilling drinks, climbing over furniture to get away. The music kept blaring, some stupid techno mix, and it made the whole thing feel like a nightmare. I'll never forget the sound of someone screaming, "Call 911." But this was 96. Hardly anyone had a cell phone, and if they did, it was a brick that couldn't get a signal in a packed house. Someone finally sprinted outside to find a payphone down the block, while somebody inside the house figured out where the phone was. Meanwhile, Masked Guy wasn't just standing there. He lunged at another kid who had tried to grab him, cut his arm. People were slipping on the beer and the blood. I remember pressing myself against the wall, trying not to get trampled, but also trying to leave. And then, just like that, he left, running out the back and out of sight. Nobody followed after him. When the cops finally showed up, they found 3 kids bleeding and a house full of terrified students. But not the guy in the mask. Nobody saw him leave. No car, no bike. We could only describe a running figure leaving out the back. He vanished. The cops questioned everyone. We all gave the same useless description: plastic mask, hoodie, average height, average build. That could have been half the guys in town. Nobody could say who invited him or even saw him walk in. Every single person assumed that he was with somebody else. Obviously, the victim survived, but the story never really left us. For years after, when I'd run into people from that night, it always came up. You remember that Halloween party? The guy in the mask? Some people like to frame it as a ghost story now, like he was never real. But I remember the knife, and I'm sure the people who were cut do too. I remember the blood. I remember the sound of people screaming while the music kept pounding like nothing was happening. Whoever he was real, and he was never caught. When I moved into my dorm room freshman year, it was everything that I'd hoped it would be. Small, cramped, but mine, and shared with Madison, who was as bubbly and energetic as her social media profile suggested. She was the kind of person that everybody liked instantly, with her messy blonde bun and oversized band tees that somehow made her look effortlessly cool. We weren't best friends, but we got along. I was the quiet one, and she was the one who made sure that I got out of the room once in a while. Madison's social calendar was always packed. Parties, study groups, hangouts. She didn't stay still. I, on the other hand, spent most nights in, headphones on, trying to focus on coursework. The night it happened, Madison had been out at some frat party. I remember vaguely hearing her mention it to me earlier that day, but I didn't think much of it because I obviously wasn't going. It wasn't unusual for her to come back late, usually with a story that made me laugh over breakfast. Only this time she didn't come back at all. I remember the next morning, our RA knocked on my door. She asked if I'd heard from Madison. My stomach sank. Nobody had heard from her? Hours later, we found out Madison had died in a freak accident off campus. They said that she'd been walking home alone, intoxicated, and stumbled into the street. A car hit her. It was all so sudden. Her side of the room was cleared within a few days. By the end of the week, it was just me and the emptiness where she used to be. And that's when weird stuff started to happen. The first night, I woke up to someone whispering my name. "Emily," the voice said. It was soft but insistent. I sat up. The room was dark still. Madison's bed stripped bare. It loomed like a shadow in the room. I told myself it was just my imagination, grief playing tricks on me. But then it happened again and again. Some nights I'd hear quiet sobbing. Other nights, her laughter. Faint, like it was coming from the hall, but the door was always locked. The worst was the sound of her bed creaking, like someone was shifting their weight on it. Every time I'd turn on the light, but the room was always empty. Sleep started to become impossible. When I did manage to drift off, the dreams came. Horrible, vivid dreams of Madison standing at the foot of my bed, her eyes glassy, her lips moving but nothing coming out. Sometimes her face was distorted, her body limp like a puppet. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, her name on my lips. I finally broke down and called my mom, begging her to talk to the dean about a room change. She was hesitant at first, thinking it was just stress, but I think she heard the fear in my voice, and so she promised to help. But room changes take time, weeks apparently, so I was stuck. One night, in desperation, I decided to Google Madison's name, hoping to find some sort of closure. What I found instead made me sick. A local blog had posted rumors about Madison's death. According to anonymous sources, she hadn't died on the street. She died inside the frat house, alcohol poisoning. Instead of calling for help, they panicked. They moved her body, dumped it off campus to make it look like she'd been walking home alone. I felt sick. I'm not like a religious person or anything, but the whispers, the crying, it felt like it wasn't just grief. Like Madison wasn't just haunting the room, she was trying to tell me something. I couldn't sleep that night. When the whispers came, I didn't hide under my covers, and I didn't turn on the light. Instead, I sat up and whispered, "I know what they did, and I'm sorry." The room fell silent. The next morning, I reported the blog post to the campus authorities. A few weeks later, after an investigation, the truth finally came out. The frat was shut down, arrests were made, and Madison's family finally got the real story. When I got the call saying that my room change had been approved, I hesitated. The haunting had stopped. Madison was all but gone. The room was just a room again, but with memories. So I decided to stay. I used to work nights at a gas station off Highway 7, back when you still had to swipe your card inside after 10. Small place, 2 pumps, flickering light, and a counter that smelled like burnt coffee, maybe radiator fluid. Halloween weekend 2011 was cold and quiet. I remember because I'd stacked 2 shifts to make rent, and I'd been there since Friday afternoon. By midnight, the highway was empty. Not unusual. Out there, you might get a car every 20 minutes, if you were lucky. I was leaning on the counter, watching the security feed when the pump light came on by itself. Pump 6. That light shouldn't have come on without someone lifting the handle, but there it was. A little green glow on the screen, and the pump number blinking. I looked out the window and saw a car pulled up that I hadn't heard. Old small car, dark blue maybe, looked beat to hell. 2 kids stood next to it, both small and wearing hoodies with the hoods up. No costumes or jackets. The taller one had his head down, hands in pockets. The smaller one stood closer to the store, not moving. I figured they wanted inside. Maybe needed the restroom or to pay cash. So I unlocked the door. It gave that long squeal it always did when the hinges caught. The kids didn't move. I stepped halfway out and called, "You guys need gas or something?" The shorter one looked up then, and my stomach just about flipped. His eyes were solid black, not dark brown, just black all the way across, like the pupil had swallowed everything. "Need a ride," he said. Voice was soft, but not a kid's. Too flat. I told them I couldn't give rides, company rule, but I could call somebody. The taller one raised his head then. Same eyes. I know I visibly shuddered, even though I tried not to. But they were just these dark holes. "Let us inside," he said. "How about you wait in the car?" I said. "I'll call someone." Then he said it again, exact same tone. "Let us inside." I backed toward the door, and the shorter one was smiling at me. Just a small smile, but it felt all wrong nonetheless. I stepped back inside and locked the door. I turned off the outside lights. The pump light flicked out, but the car was still there. Both of them were standing beside it still, staring straight at the window. I called my manager. He didn't pick up. I tried the sheriff's office. Line rang twice, then cut out. When I looked out again, the car was gone. No sound, no headlights leaving, nothing. It was just an empty lot and that damn pump light blinking again, like it was trying to reset. A few minutes later, I heard tapping on the glass. It was like 4 little knocks, fingertips to glass. I turned the lights on bright and grabbed the phone again. But before I could even look down, the sound stopped. The next car to pull in was a semi about half an hour later. I went outside to check the pumps. There were little wet footprints in front of the pump. That's when it dawned on me. They weren't wearing shoes. I never saw a car come or go, and nobody else reported anything, apparently. But neither of those kids looked old enough to drive. So I don't know what I saw. The next morning, the station cameras glitched from 12:07 to 12:18. 11 minutes of static, right about when it happened. A year later, a guy who used to run deliveries out that way told me that he'd once picked up a stranded couple of kids right by that exit. Said they talked weird, like they didn't know what year it was. He dropped them at a diner in town, but when he went back through 20 minutes later, the waitress said that nobody like that had been there. He could have been making that up to scare me, but he looked genuinely unsettled with his own story. I quit that job not long after, though. Every now and then when I'm driving that stretch late at night, I still glance at the pumps. I can't help it. I'm just glad I've never seen those kids anywhere else. Whatever they are. I'm a pilot, and I've been flying for years. Nothing fancy, mostly small aircrafts, regional stuff. You get used to the weirdness of the sky. Strange reflections, weird cloud formations, the occasional optical illusion that makes you do a double take. You learn not to overreact. But there was this one time that still sticks with me. I was flying solo, just a routine trip, middle of the day. Clear skies, smooth air. One of those perfect flying days. I was cruising at a few thousand feet over a pretty rural area. Forested with patches of farmland here and there. The kind of terrain that you might go 20 minutes without seeing more than a single farmhouse. And then I saw something, not a farmhouse. At first, it looked like a weird orange glow above the treetops. I thought maybe it was sunlight hitting something reflective, maybe a piece of farming equipment or, hell, even a bonfire, some kind of flare. But as I got closer, I realized this thing wasn't on the ground. It was hovering and moving. Not in a straight line or anything predictable. It was bouncing. That's the best way I can describe it. Like one of those rubber balls on an elastic string, kind of flitting around, stopping suddenly, jerking to one side, dipping and rising. Definitely not the smooth glide of a drone or the slow float of a balloon. Just bouncing. I watched it for a solid minute, trying to make sense of it, and eventually figured I should call it in, just in case. So I radioed ATC and asked if they had anything showing up on their radar around my position. They came back with a negative. Nothing in my vicinity. That kind of raised a red flag. They asked what I was seeing, so I gave them the short version. Bright orange light, maybe a little bigger than a car, moving erratically above the trees. They paused for a moment, told me they had no military exercises scheduled and no weather balloons in the area. That's when the thing, whatever it was, suddenly shot straight up. No curve, no fade, just a dead vertical line into the sky. And then it was gone. Clean. Instant. I radioed again. Said, "It's gone now." They came back with, "Would you like to file a UFO report?" I actually laughed. "No thanks. Probably just a weather balloon or something," I said. And I swear I could hear the amusement or maybe the relief on the other end. But here's the thing. I know it wasn't a weather balloon. I've seen balloons, flares, drones, aircrafts, and I've dealt with strange lighting and weird reflections and everything else that can throw your brain off when you're a few thousand feet in the air. That wasn't any of those things. It was something else. But I didn't file a report. I didn't want my name attached to something like that, not in an official capacity. The FAA tends to be understanding, but you never know who's reviewing your file down the road. The last thing I needed was someone questioning my judgment or grounding me because I saw something I can't explain. Still, it's been a few years now, and I think about it all the time. We always say that we know less about the ocean than we do about space, but at least the ocean, as vast as it is, has edges, borders, a bottom. The sky just keeps going. And whatever that thing was, it came from somewhere up there. I grew up in a legitimately haunted house, so I've seen and heard just about everything. Shadows, voices, things that moved when they shouldn't. It takes a lot to rattle me. To startle me, sure, but scare me, almost never. Except for one time, and it still gets under my skin when I think about it. This was about 11 years ago. I was living in a little 2-bedroom apartment, cheap rent, loud neighbors, and the biggest wolf spiders I've ever seen in my life. Other than that, the place didn't have a creepy vibe. I never felt watched or uneasy. It was just a basic, boring apartment complex. Across the hall from me was this older guy, mid-60s maybe, quiet, kept to himself. But every once in a while he'd throw these weekend parties. Beer, music, a few guys hanging out on his patio, nothing wild. Until one Sunday morning, I noticed the paramedics outside his door. Turns out that his brother had passed away. Alcohol poisoning. He passed out on the couch. Nobody realized he was actually gone, maybe for 12 hours or so. They just thought he was sleeping it off. After that, things felt different. I didn't connect it at first, just little stuff. Odd creaks in the hallway. The sensation of being watched when brushing my teeth. Things that you could chalk up to nerves or thin walls. But then there was that night. I was lying in bed with my toddler. We had this bedtime routine. She'd talk until she passed out mid-sentence, and I'd usually scroll on my phone or just stare at the ceiling until I knew she was out cold. The bathroom light was on down the hall, and I could see it spilling into the bedroom, casting this soft glow across the floor. And then Suddenly the light went out. Or it didn't go out. It was blocked. Like someone was standing there, in the doorway. I sat up, not fast, just this slow, instinctive movement, and I saw it. There was a shape in the doorway, a black mass, vaguely human, a really tall human, shoulders slumped forward like it was leaning in. I couldn't see a face or hands or feet, just this heavy, dark presence, soaking up the light behind it. Every hair on my body stood up. My skin felt electric, and for a second, I couldn't breathe. I closed my eyes just for a moment, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. That kind of fear, it short-circuits you. My brain couldn't handle what I was seeing. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. No sound, no shift in air, just the empty doorway and that same glow from the bathroom. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my shotgun from under the bed. I loaded 2 shells from the drawer, and I moved fast. I checked the living room, the kitchen, every closet, every shadowy corner. There was no one. The door was still locked, dead-bolted even. Windows shut tight. There's no way anyone could be hiding. It didn't make sense. The next few nights I started hearing things. Whispers, shuffling, something brushing alongside the outside wall of the house. My bedroom. Always seemed to line up with when I was trying to sleep. But I never saw anything again. When my lease was up 2 months later, I didn't renew. I didn't even think about it. I just packed up and left. People always ask me if I think it was the old man's brother. I don't know, but I do know what I saw. And whatever it was, it didn't feel lost. It felt aware, and it wanted me to know it was there. My family moved into our current house in 2012 after the elderly couple who had previously lived here had died within months of each other. Aside from superstition, all I knew about them was that they had left behind a middle-aged son who had sold us the house, and they'd also left various trinkets of theirs in the house. These included bottles of holy water, some ornaments, and a spoon with a teddy bear and the name Lucia engraved on it, probably a christening gift. The house was very old-fashioned. The wallpaper had been up for decades, and the built-in furniture was rotting. This led to most of the rooms needing to be redecorated and rebuilt. This included the bathroom, which was originally the toilet in one room and the bath and sink in a separate room. I should also note that when you reach the top of the stairs, the bathroom door is directly on your left. One night when I went into the bathroom and shut the door behind me, next to the door stands a towel rack, and opposite that is a mirrored bathroom cabinet above the sink. The cabinet reflected a young girl from the shoulders up. It felt like a millisecond, but I saw her long enough to see that she had wavy, light blonde hair, was tall and skinny, and wearing a maroon blazer and tie. She was facing me, but had a nonchalant facial expression. Before I could turn to look at her, having realized that she would be standing next to me, her body in the mirror seemed to tilt backwards before she faded into nothingness. My mom was really spooked when I told her what I had seen, as she described a dream, one that involved a girl who matched the same description, running playfully down the stairs through the downstairs hallway. She said that every time the girl was about to reach the kitchen, this footage in her mind would go to static and then replay on a loop. My younger brother, who would have been about 7 at the time, stated a girl would come into his room, sit at the end of his bed, and sing. However, this may have just been him going along with the discussion, but who knows? Some other freaky occurrences were that people often saw a tall man in a suit and a top hat behind the car in the rearview mirror when reversing out of our driveway. The living room would also sometimes fill with the smell of cigar smoke. It would appear hazy, despite no one smoking. My mom also once attempted a house cleaning ritual involving burning a candle and saying a chant before it burnt out. When my stepdad called her downstairs as the candle was almost burnt out, she felt her feet being pulled from beneath her, and something pushed her downstairs. By the time she reached the bottom, the candle had already burnt out. Thus, she never got to finish the ritual. We've described strange events to 3 different psychics, and without hearing any of the details, all 3 described similar stories of the previous owners having 2 children, including a daughter who had died from a neck injury from falling down the stairs when she was around 7. 2 of the psychics described the man as the girl's grandfather. He was trying to help her move on. Additionally, they all gave accounts of the girl while alive sitting inside the built-in wardrobe in my room during the night, and then going into my brother's room to talk to her brother. One said that the only way that she would leave is if we knocked out the built-in furniture in the room. I'm usually a skeptic when it comes to these kinds of things, but I don't doubt what I saw or the matching accounts of 3 different people. I should also note that since I knocked out my wardrobes about 3 years ago, there's been no additional occurrences. I know this isn't a traditional ghost story, but I like to think it's paranormal. We grew up thinking of the rose bush as more of a boundary than a plant. It sat stubbornly along a back fence of our yard, thorny, very dense, like it had something to prove. It didn't even bloom roses, not once, not even a bud, but it grew slowly, deliberately, like it had all the time in the world to keep us off that fence. My mom had brought it from her childhood home, my grandfather's farm, decades ago. She'd split the original bush and transplanted a cutting when she and my dad bought the house. I was too young to remember the planting, but she used to tell us how she'd almost thrown it out after a couple of years when it just sat there, green and unremarkable. But eventually it wove itself through the wooden slats of the fence, and she left it alone. Said it was useful, kept us kids from climbing over and getting into trouble on the other side. For as long as I can remember, it was just there, a fixture of the backyard. We didn't water it, we didn't prune it. It didn't need us, and we didn't need it. That's how I felt. Then my grandfather passed away. It had been 5 years since I'd last seen him. Distance, life, whatever excuses we had. I remember my mother got quiet when she got the call. She wasn't close with him towards the end, but it still shook her. They had that kind of complicated love, a little worn around the edges, but still real underneath. That spring, something changed. I remember walking outside one morning with my coffee in hand and stopping short. There were roses, bright, vibrant red roses blooming all across the bush like they'd always been there. I blinked like I was seeing things. I called my mom out and she didn't say a word at first, just walked and ran her fingers lightly across one of the petals, like she didn't quite believe it either. "They're red," she finally said, "just like the ones at the farm." I didn't know what to say. None of us did. It had never bloomed before, not once in nearly 35 years. And now, after his death, there they were, lush and full and smelling faintly like good memories. The next year, the roses were gone. The bush was back to being plain and green, its thorns catching sleeves and stealing stray toys just like always. But a few years later, my grandmother died. It was gentler, her passing, expected and peaceful even. She'd been slipping for a while, her stories repeating and her eyes sometimes cloudy with confusion. My mom took it harder, though. She'd always been close to her mother. That spring, we didn't even think to look at the bush, but the bush remembered. White roses, soft, ivory-colored blooms, stretching out in every direction like snowflakes made of silk. There was no mistaking it. The same bush, the same roots, but a different bloom. White, my mom whispered. Her favorite. They lasted the season, but that was the last time. Since then, the bush has gone back to itself. Green, thorny, silent. We kind of joke about it now. The bloom years, we call them. 2 strange, brief seasons that made us all stop and wonder. Was it just a coincidence? A fluke of nature? Maybe. But I've seen the way my mom still looks at the bush, like it holds a secret, like it told her something once and it hasn't spoken since. Some things don't need an explanation, I guess. They just need to be remembered. When I was in high school, we lived in this old house in upstate New York. It dated back to the 1700s, with the classic haunted house energy, before I even knew what that meant, really. Creaky wood floors, narrow hallways, drafty windows that whistled at night. But the weird part wasn't the structure. It was how alive the place felt when no one was around. At first, it was the little things, of course. Footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Cabinets left open that nobody remembered opening. One time I watched a mug slide off the counter and shatter, like someone had swatted it off in a rage. My dad would just mutter, "House has a mind of its own," and go back to whatever he was doing. We didn't really talk about it. I think we were all pretending that it was just old pipes and wind and creaky boards. But I always felt like it was something more, especially at night. The second floor hallway always felt bad, like if you looked too long at the dark corners, something might be looking back. There were times I swore I saw movement, like figures shifting just out of sight. Shadow people. I know that term now. Back then, I just thought that I had bad night vision or an overactive imagination. But the worst thing I ever saw wasn't a shadow. It was a Saturday afternoon sometime in October. I was home alone. Dad had gone to the hardware store for something. I was standing in the kitchen making a sandwich when I felt something shift. I don't know how else to describe it. Just that weird static charge that crawls across your skin when someone's staring at you. I turned my head toward the living room, and there it was. A man standing perfectly still, just a few feet beyond the doorway, see-through, like smoke or fog shaped into a person. I couldn't make out facial features because there was no head, just a torso, arms, legs. He wore what I thought was colonial-era clothing, cropped pants, socks pulled up, a tucked-in shirt and short sleeves, everything below the neck. The air felt heavier than it had. I remember my sandwich dropping right out of my hand. I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. I stood there, shaking, trying to convince myself it didn't happen. Maybe it was one of those things where the brain invents shapes when it's bored, but I knew it wasn't. When my dad got home, I told him what happened. He didn't laugh. He didn't even look surprised. He just said, "That's weird timing." I asked what he meant, and he hesitated a bit. He told me earlier that morning he'd moved my uncle's ashes out to the porch. Said he'd been planning to bury them in the backyard, under the oak tree. My uncle had been in an urn in the hall closet for years, and apparently my dad thought that it was finally time to lay him to rest. My stomach dropped. My uncle had taken his own life when I was in middle school. We never really talked about it, but I remembered how it happened. A gun to the head, and then it clicked. The clothes I saw weren't colonial at all. They were softball pants, tube socks, a short-sleeved jersey, the kind he wore to weekend games in the summer. That headless figure wasn't some ghost from the 1700s. It was my uncle. I didn't know what to say. My dad didn't either. We both just kind of sat there for a while, not really sure what to do with the information. After the burial, things calmed down. The shadow figures didn't stop completely, but that heavy, suffocating feeling in the hallway, it lifted a little. Like whatever had been stuck in there, him, maybe, finally got to go somewhere else. But I'll never forget how that moment felt. That split second of looking into the living room and seeing someone who shouldn't have been there. Not just seeing them, feeling them. I don't drive trucks anymore. Retired a while back. These days I'm content to sit on my porch with a cup of coffee, watch the world go by a little slower. But back in the 80s, that was my life. Long stretches of highway, greasy diners, and a cab that felt more like home than my own home. Most of you have probably heard a lot of stories about hitchhikers. Back then, it wasn't unusual. Folks stuck their thumb out and someone like me with miles to go would stop. Sometimes they'd chip in for gas. Sometimes they just wanted to ride to the next town. Most of the time it was harmless. Most of the time. I still think about one night more than the rest. It was late. Would have been around 2 a.m. I was somewhere in the middle of Kansas. Roads so flat and empty that you start to wonder if you're still moving at all. And that's when I saw her, standing on the shoulder, arm stretched out, thumb pointing down the road. She looked young, maybe early 20s, dressed in this old-fashioned white dress, and it didn't make a lot of sense for the weather. It was chilly. You could see her breath if you stepped outside, but she wasn't shivering, just standing there like she'd been waiting all night. Now, I've picked up my fair share of hitchhikers before, but something about her made me hesitate. Still, it was late. I wasn't about to leave someone out there in the cold, so I slowed down and pulled over. She climbed in without a word. Just nodded when I asked where she was headed, then finally said something, soft voice, barely above a whisper. She gave me directions to a little town I'd never heard of. Said I'd need to turn off down a country road. I didn't think much of it at the time. We drove for a while in silence. I kept sneaking glances in the rearview mirror. Every time I looked, she was sitting there, hands folded in her lap, staring out the window like the fields and darkness were the most interesting thing in the world. When I finally reached the road she told me about, I slowed down. "This the turn?" I asked. No answer. I looked back, and I truly couldn't believe it. The seat was empty. The door definitely didn't open. Didn't feel the cab shift like someone had gotten out. 1 second she was there, and the next she wasn't. I pulled over right there in the middle of the road, hazards on, and I searched. Checked the sleeper, checked outside with my flashlight, even called out for her. Nothing. Just the cold night and a long stretch of empty road. After a while, I figured I'd drive to the address she'd given me, just in case she'd somehow slipped away. It was a little white farmhouse at the end of a dirt drive. I knocked, feeling ridiculous. An older couple answered the door. When I told them what had happened, the woman got this look on her face. I'll never forget it. She asked what the girl looked like. I described her. She said, "That was our daughter. She died on this road 10 years ago." I didn't know what to say. Were they crazy? Was I crazy? They didn't look angry, just sad, like they'd heard it before. Maybe they had. I drove away from that house with my hands gripping the wheel so tight that my knuckles were white. Never picked up another hitchhiker after that. It wasn't like she vanished in a blink. Thinking back, it was slower than that. Each time I glanced in the mirror, it seemed like she was fading, I guess. But it was the darkness, right? A little less there than before, until she wasn't there at all. I don't know what she wanted from me, but it seems like it was a ride home. A chance to relive her last moments. No idea. I just know that I was sharing the truck with someone who didn't really belong in this world anymore. Maybe 10 years ago, give or take, I was 22, freshly out of college, and still in that phase where all of your friends think that renting a giant cabin in the middle of nowhere is a good idea. There were 8 of us total, some from high school, some from college, all trying to pretend like we hadn't grown apart yet. We split the cost of this weird but cheap rental. It was in the Catskills. It looked rustic in the listing photos, but had enough beds, a fire pit, a hot tub. We figured it was perfect. There was a door in the hallway that was padlocked shut. I'm talking big industrial-style lock, and a do not open sign duct taped to it. The listing hadn't mentioned a basement at all. When we asked the rental manager, she said that it was for storage, and that it must stay closed. Okay, fine. Creepy, but whatever. First night, we partied like idiots. Loud music, drinking games, the usual. But in the middle of the first night, we heard banging. Not like someone knocking, like someone slamming their body against a wall. Deep, rhythmic thuds coming from the hallway. We checked the whole house, didn't find anything. My friend Justin made a joke about something trying to get out of the basement, but his laugh was kind of shaky. Everyone else pretended not to notice. And then the next night, it got colder. Like unnaturally cold. We were wearing our jackets inside. The thermostat was set to 73, but the place felt like a meat locker. We blamed the draft until we saw our breath starting to fog in the hallway, right in front of that door. And that's when the whispering started. I wasn't the first one to hear it, but my friend Melanie said that she'd woken up to the sound of someone talking through the floorboards. A woman's voice, muffled but close, repeating something. Said it sounded like, "Let me finish it." We all brushed it off. Maybe she dreamed it. Maybe the place had rats. We joked about haunted basements and passed the bottle around. But on the third night, someone unlocked the door. We don't know who. The padlock was on the floor. Open. No one admitted to touching it. I was sure that we didn't even have the key. The basement was pitch black. No light switch that we could find. Just stairs going down into total dark. And this awful, rotten smell. Like dirt and iron and mold, all mixed together. We should have closed the door or walked away. But Justin, of course, he had to go down there. Said that he was going to prove there was nothing. He went down there with a flashlight and disappeared for maybe 3 minutes. Came back pale, sweaty, not saying a word. Wouldn't tell us what he saw. Wouldn't answer questions. Just sat outside and chain smoked in the cold. After that, it seemed like things got worse. He stopped sleeping. Started muttering to himself in a voice that didn't sound like his. We found him in the kitchen one morning with a fork in his hand, carving something into the table. He didn't even realize he was doing it. The rest of us, we left that night. Didn't even finish out the weekend. But Justin, he wouldn't come with us. He insisted that he was fine. He was borderline obsessed with that basement. Said that he had work to do. For a while after that, he ghosted all of us. Didn't answer texts, calls, nothing. It was like he dropped off the planet. At first, we were trying to get in touch with him regarding damage charges, but then we were just genuinely worried. Some of us were able to confirm that he was alive, but I guess just not talking to us. We told ourselves that he was going through something, that he needed space. A few weeks later, he came back, showed up in our group chat like nothing had happened, dropping memes, making plans. When we finally got him on the phone, he said that he wasn't sure what was going on during that time. Said things had gotten foggy, that he hadn't felt like himself. I feel better now, he told me. It's weird. I don't even remember what I saw down there, or why I stayed. I didn't press him. No one did, really. It was easier not to. We don't really talk about that trip anymore. Not as a group. I mean, only a few of us stay in touch anyway. But there's this quiet agreement that whatever happened in that house, we just leave it alone. I was working late one night with my research team. Nothing unusual for us. Deadlines, experiments, broken equipment, take your pick. Around 1 a.m., we realized that we were missing a key piece of gear, one that we'd left in our lab across campus. Someone had to go grab it. And lucky me, I drew the short straw. I threw on my jacket and started the walk across campus. Virginia Tech is beautiful at night, quiet, still, but I couldn't help but feel uneasy. The lab we use is in Norris Hall. If you know the name, you know why. Norris was the site of one of the deadliest school shootings in U.S. history. 32 people were murdered that day. 31 of them died in that building, on the same floor as our lab. They've remodeled since then, of course. Fresh paint, new doors, a reworked layout. But if you know, you know. The walls, don't forget. I tried to keep my head down as I unlocked the side door and slipped inside. The hallway lights always hummed, and it was cold. It had that clinical brightness that somehow makes a place feel more empty. Our lab is at the far end of the hall, tucked in the corner. I walked fast. The whole time I had this buzzing in my gut, like I wasn't alone. I told myself it was just nerves, the hour, the history. Get in, grab the equipment, get out. I just turned to leave when the door to the lab swung shut behind me, hard. At first, I figured that it was just the old building playing games, a faulty hinge, air pressure. I jiggled the handle, nothing, locked, dead stuck. And that's when the panic started to creep in. Not full-blown, but just enough to set your teeth on edge. I reached for my phone, flipped on the flashlight, and texted the group. Doors jammed. Can someone come back and let me out? Before they could respond, the lights cut out. And I mean all of them. Overhead, emergency, everything. 1 second I was standing in a sterile white lab. The next, total darkness. And that's when I felt a hand, not grabbing me or shoving, just touching. 2 fingers pressed softly against my lips. It's that unmistakable shh gesture. I felt my whole body just lock up. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I don't even remember thinking. Just that cold pressure against my mouth and the overwhelming sense that I was reliving something. Like someone else had crouched in this very room, in the dark, begging the world to stay quiet. My phone buzzed. Someone from the group had arrived. I scrambled to the door again, and this time it opened without resistance. Just opened. No jam, no lock. It had never been stuck in the first place, it seemed. They found me, white as a sheet, shaking, still clutching the equipment that I'd gone to retrieve. I tried to explain, but how do you put that into words? without sounding insane. I really tried to avoid Norris alone after that, especially at night. There's a part of me that still wonders what exactly happened in that moment. If something trapped me there, or if something was trying to protect me. Maybe it was one of the students. Maybe someone who didn't make it out. Maybe someone who still remembers what it was like to hide in the dark, praying for silence. A few summers ago, 3 friends and I went hiking in the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness in Idaho. It's rough country, no cell service or marked trails in a lot of areas, and more wildlife than people for sure. On our second day, we came to a massive section of deadfall. Storms or old age had taken down dozens of pines, and they'd fallen in a tangled mess, crisscrossing each other 6 or 7 feet high in places. It looked like a giant had thrown a pile of pickup sticks into a forest. We could have backtracked, but it would have cost us hours, so we decided to pick our way through it. That's when I noticed something weird. The bark was gone, not in patches, completely stripped from some of the trunks. Smooth, pale wood, almost polished, like it had been peeled away. And on several of the bigger logs, there were deep claw marks, long, parallel gouges, as if something with massive hands and claws had raked through the wood. The highest ones were at least 12 feet off the ground. We joked at first, bear, Bigfoot, maybe some Park Service guys using climbing spikes, but none of us had ever seen anything like it. Then about 10 minutes into the deadfall, we heard movement. It wasn't coming from above like a squirrel or bird. It was underneath, heavy, deliberate, moving through the tangle in perfect time with us. Every time we paused, it paused. When we climbed over a trunk, there'd be a creak and a shift somewhere below, like weight pressing against wood. It never got closer or further away, just kept pace, always somewhere beneath the pile. At one point, Mason leaned down to look in a gap between 2 massive trunks. I'll never forget watching the color leave his face. I asked what he saw, but he shook his head and said, "Let's keep moving." We sped up after that, stumbling, scraping our shins, anything to get clear. The noises followed us right to the edge of the deadfall. Then, as soon as we stepped onto solid forest floor, it stopped. No crash of retreating footsteps or a sound climbing out. Just quiet. That night at camp, Mason finally told us what he saw. He said it was skin. Not fur or scales, just pale, stretched skin, moving in the dark gap below. He swore he saw it flex like something was pushing against it from the inside. Me and our friend Chase tried to laugh it off, joke it off, anything. But Mason was dead serious. And I remembered watching the color leave his face when he did see that thing. I don't know if I want to believe him, but I always have. And I know that I've avoided that section of forest ever since. The claw marks are probably still there, high above the ground, waiting for someone else to notice them. And for what? I don't know. But I'm not going to find out. Stay safe out there. I've been driving a rig for a little over 3 years now, but I'm currently looking for some new work. Some people enjoy the lifestyle, but it's just not for me. I grew up in a city where the only thing you had to worry about were the other people. Robberies, murderers, and the like. But when you're driving through open roads in the middle of nowhere, there are much worse concerns. Concerns I never considered when I took the job. Most of the time, the worst you'll encounter are poor drivers and traffic jams. But I recently drove through the night in order to finish a haul before my kid's birthday. To be fair, I did make it back for his party, just not without a price. It was well past 1 a.m. on a long stretch of highway when I had a back tire blow out on the passenger side. Huge strips of rubber were on the road, and I had just come around a curve. I couldn't leave it there for someone to hit, so I pulled over, grabbed a flashlight. I was more annoyed than anything. It's just exactly my type of luck. Once the rubber was off the road, I dug out all of the tire tools and got to work. Right when I got the old one off, I started hearing something big moving around in the woods behind me. At first, I ignored it, but as it got closer, I realized it was something on 2 legs. We don't have bears around here. That made me think it was a human, which meant fuck that tire. I threw my tools into the cab and then retrieved the safety triangles. As I ran back, I could hear the footsteps just inside the tree line, running with me. I screamed that I had a gun, even though I didn't. Not that it did any good. When I stopped to jump into the driver's seat, I saw what had been chasing me in a small opening between the trees. It was inhumanly big. Its head was at least 9 feet high, and its shoulders were the width of 2 linebackers. Shit, maybe 3, I don't know. It only stopped to look at me for a split second. Once I was inside the cab, it continued running forward. I got the rig moving as fast as she could go, but within a few hundred yards, it darted into the road. I only caught a glimpse of it as it charged towards the passenger door. It all happened so fast. It was on all 4s now. I know its body was the size of a brown bear, but its body was jet black, and its head was more like a wolf's. The ears and the snout were long and pointed, and it was bearing huge fangs. I can't really pinpoint what was strange about its teeth. It's like there were more than there should have been, but I swerved so fast that it all seemed to blur together. It slammed into the back of my cab so hard that I thought it must be dead, but it flew back into the woods like it hadn't felt a thing. There was a second I didn't know if I was going to be able to straighten the rig out, but once I did, I didn't stop until I made it to town. By then, I'd begun to question everything. Did I really see what I think I saw? Did I even get a flat tire? Was I just that overworked and overstressed? But then I got out and saw the damage. There had definitely been a flat, and something had definitely hit my truck. There was a huge dent in the side like it had been hit with a wrecking ball. The insurance claim says it was a deer because what the hell else was I supposed to say? A giant wolf-bear monster attacked me? Nah, I have enough problems, thank you very much. This is the only place that I've told the truth, and it's the only place I intend to ever share it. Maybe now I can stop obsessing over it. One thing is for sure. I haven't driven at night since, and I don't think I ever will. I would call it intuition more than a premonition. I feel as if this story qualifies, though, as eerie. 2 years ago, I was tired from working late the night before, so I ordered some delivery for lunch. I live in San Diego, and it was a gorgeous day. I decided to open the front door while I waited for the delivery driver. There's a deadbolt security door in addition to the front door. The second I opened the door, I heard it. Inside of my head was an absolutely authoritative message. Close the door. So I did. I didn't hesitate. I didn't contemplate. I closed the door. The doorknob was still in my hand. I don't mean to convey that I heard a voice. A more accurate description is that it was a communication. I wasn't thinking that I was necessarily in danger or wondering why I got the message. It was just so clear, strong, and direct that I somewhat blindly obeyed. Also, I was hungry, tired, and quite possibly hungover. I kept the door closed until 10 seconds after I heard a car door open and close from the front of the house. Right as I opened, the delivery driver was at the door. My cash was ready along with a healthy tip. I paid him, thanked him, and then I closed and locked both doors. I sat down on the couch and put a piece of pizza on a plate that I'd already had out. The doorbell rang. No way in hell I'm answering the door. Hot food was in my hand. Before I would have even had time to answer the door, there was now pounding on the security door. Then I hear a male voice yell through the door. "Hey, it's me. I just delivered your food." I freeze. I'm terrified. There's no reason that the driver would need to speak to me. My order was correct. I paid in cash and tipped generously. In addition to that, he had my phone number. I grabbed my phone, ran back to the door, which was open. The security door was locked, but still, and I closed the door and locked it. As I'm doing that, there is now pounding on the window on the side of the house, along with a man yelling, "Hey!" I stood in the hallway, where I was certain no one could see me or my shadow through a possible crack in the blinds. I called my boyfriend at work and shakily whispered the story to him. He told me that the house used to be a big party house and that it was probably just some drunk or druggie looking for the old tenants. Sweet of him for trying to make me feel better, but I had zero doubts by this time that I was in serious danger. I got off the phone with him and stood trembling in the hallway, contemplating calling 911. All I could think about was that this guy must have been lying in wait, watching the house. He must have seen the delivery driver, and then try to use that as an excuse to get me to open the door. He knew someone was in there. About 3 to 5 minutes later, I hear a police helicopter right over my house. "Attention, we're looking for a male suspect in the area. Physical description. He's considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, please call 911. I went to work that night and relayed the story to my coworkers. A friend told me that he had heard the same thing from people at his day job. A man banging on doors in my neighborhood and trying to get people to let him in. I checked the news after work. A man was running from the police, and he was wanted for felonies in Missouri. He'd been shot and killed by the police 3 blocks from my house a few hours after my incident. Please listen to your intuition. I don't let myself wonder too much about what could have been, what could have happened to me if I hadn't listened. It still gives me chills. I'll never be as comfortable being alone as I once was. I used to go to this bar a few towns over. Pool table, cheap drinks, weird regulars who treated it like their living room. I was never really close with anyone there, but I went often enough that people nodded when I walked in. Probably the most divey thing about this place was that they only had one bathroom. A single stall tucked right near the front entrance. The line was always long, and it was usually gross. One night, I was a few beers in and getting desperate, but the bathroom was beyond occupied. This had happened before, and usually I'd just take this opportunity to leave, use the porta potty at the park on the way home. This time, though, before I could, a bartender who I'd never seen before leaned in and said, "Just use the one in the back, past the kitchen, end of the hall." I hesitated, but he nodded and hit the bar gate so that I could walk through. I'd never noticed a hallway back there before. The kitchen was empty. I passed a mop bucket, a half-lit exit sign to the back door, and then I found another door at the end of the hallway. Unmarked, wood-paneled, cold to the touch, but it was the only other door back there. I opened it, and it was indeed a bathroom, but not like the front one. This one was nice. Clean, pristine, white tile, soft lighting, music playing faintly through the walls. It wasn't even the same music from the bar. It was classical. The light switch was on the outside, and there was no mirror. That struck me as a little strange, but I was in a hurry, desperate, so I turned on the light, walked in, locked the door. I finished up, went to wash my hands, and realized something else was missing. The door. It was gone. Just a smooth panel of wood where the door had been. I stood there trying to stay calm. thinking maybe I'd hallucinated or was drunker than I realized. Then I noticed the music had stopped, dead silent. I got a bit more frantic with my search for the handle. Then, blackness. The light had gone out, not by my own doing, of course. "Hey, can you help me out in here? Can't seem to find the handle." I called out through the door. Then I heard something scrape behind the wall. This didn't sound like it was coming from the other side of the door. It sounded like it was coming from inside the bathroom. I couldn't see a thing, but it felt like someone else was in that space with me. I was missing the music and lively atmosphere of the bar. All I could hear is what sounded like nails or claws dragging slowly across wood. I backed into the corner, said something out loud. I think it was hey or help. I don't know. I was a whole different kind of desperate then. The moment I spoke out loud, the lights were back. The door was back. Just there again. I didn't even think. I yanked it open, sprinted through the hallway, back past the kitchen and into the main bar. Had to have been the bartender that sent me back there. They had to have been messing with me. But the bartender who sent me back there, nowhere to be found. When I told the other guy working what had happened and asked where the other bartender went, the guy just looked at me. "There's no second bathroom. How'd you even get back there?" I told him again. Another bartender let me back there. I described the man, but I just got another look of confusion. He scoffed and continued making someone's drink. I found myself a new spot after that. This happened about a year ago when I picked up a few overnight shifts at a hospital outside the city. I'm a float nurse. Basically, that means I go where I'm needed. Mostly short-staffed units, sometimes admin support. It's not glamorous, but I like the variety. The building itself was one of those older, multi-wing hospitals that's been expanded over and over. Some of the older floors aren't even used anymore, sealed off or partially converted into storage, depending on the budget that year, I'm sure. On my second night, around 2:30 a.m., I got a page for room 419. I was on the third floor, so I figured maybe the patient number was wrong. Most of our active rooms start with 3-something. I double-checked the system. There was a room 419, but it was listed under the 4th floor, which hasn't been in use for over a decade. Thinking it was a system glitch, I cleared the page and moved on. Half an hour later, it came through again. Same room, same tone. I flagged it to the charge nurse, just in case I missed something. She gave me a weird look and said flatly, "There's no one on the 4th floor, just ignore it." Okay, easy enough. But a little before 4 a.m., I went to grab something from the supply closet near the back stairwell. And then standing at the far end of the hallway, near the fire door that leads to the 4th floor, I saw a woman, hospital gown, barefoot. She was facing the wall, completely still, like she was listening to something through the plaster. I took one step toward her and said, "Ma'am, are you all right?" She didn't move. I blinked, literally just blinked, and she was gone. I don't mean she walked away or turned, just gone. The hallway was empty. The fire door was closed. I checked the door out of sheer instinct. It wasn't just closed. It was locked, bolted from the other side. No way someone could have slipped through, much less barefoot and unnoticed. I didn't report it. I just stood there for a while trying to make sense of it. The next morning, I casually asked the day staff if they knew anything about room 419. One of the older nurses looked from her notes. She asked, "Why? It's not in use." When I pushed a little bit more, she paused and said, "A patient died in there, long time ago." There was a whole investigation. I think they shut the whole wing down after that. She didn't offer details. I didn't ask for any. I've worked a lot of hospitals. Weird things happen on nights. Alarms go off. Lights flicker. And machines behave strangely. But I've never been paged to a sealed-off room before. I've never seen a woman who wasn't really there. And I've definitely never left a floor so fast in my life. A little backstory. I was staying a couple of nights with my biological dad, who I'd never visited before until semi-recently. Never seen his house, never seen him in person before, yada yada. He lives out in the Texas Hill Country, at least 2.5 hours from literally anything except trees. When we get to his house, it's creepy in that way that empty houses are. Nothing special. His wife and kids had left and he was getting ready to sell the place. I spent 2 nights on the couch, which faces the TV. The TV gives off a reflection of the back of the room, which includes the kitchen and an open bar, no doors. You can see pretty much the entire kitchen in the TV if the light's out. The first night I fell asleep almost immediately after arriving, so whatever was in that house was probably ticked off that it didn't get to do any spooky ghost stuff that night. The second was when weird stuff started happening. Just sounds, but the kind of sounds that you hear when someone's walking around doing things. Everyone else was outside. I knew that for a fact. I could see them out on the porch. No one was in the house with me. I heard splashing, like someone was using the sink. I thought that the cat might be playing in its water bowl or something. I heard footsteps, no, boot steps in the kitchen. At this point, I was like, okay, this is ghost stuff. I heard crinkling chip bags. Ghosts like potato chips, I guess. The rest of the night was whispers, breathing, distant gunfire. Not actual gunfire, just faint, barely there artillery fire. I feel like it's worth noting that I'm a really, really calm person. This stuff is creepy, but I'm tired. I just finished watching Lost Boys. It's late. I tell whatever it is to leave me alone. And then I go to sleep. The next morning, the cat is acting weird. Biological dad even mentions that she usually doesn't act this way. Examples. Keeps getting all prickly and weird and skittish at absolutely nothing. I ignore this, having slept like crap, and I sit down in front of the switched-off TV to stare into space for a while. So again, both my mom and biological dad are out on the porch, talking because this is Texas. And I shit you not. I look into the reflection of the kitchen, and I see a straight-up horror movie shadowy outline of a person just hanging out, walking around the kitchen like they're getting ready for their day. And I hear the tinkering of a spoon in a coffee cup. This ghost is straight up making ghost coffee. I look behind me at the kitchen and nobody's there. I look back at the reflection and there it is, still moving around casually. Suddenly it stops. I get the feeling that it's realized it's being watched. So I give a little wave into the reflection of the TV. Friendly enough. Hey, dead guy, I see you. What's up? It immediately starts making a beeline toward the couch where I'm sitting, and I get the hell out of there ASAP. But yeah, I saw a ghost make coffee once. I've shared my craziest experiences as a firefighter before, but my creepiest, well, I start to think of slightly different call types. One of the ones that stands out was when we were called to do what we call a welfare check. These typically occur when someone is concerned about a family member or a friend who hasn't been answering their phone, or a knock on their door, or perhaps didn't show up for work. We arrived on this welfare check and found a woman with a small child in the driveway. She identified herself as the occupant's daughter-in-law. She'd been trying to reach her husband's mother for a couple of days on the phone, and she wasn't answering. She explained that this was out of the norm and that the woman had health problems and never left the house. We easily popped open the door and entered the house. The TV was on, and in front of it sat an elderly woman, slumped over, quite dead and cold. She'd probably been dead for 12 hours or so. So we started running through the protocol. This included calling the local police department as well as the coroner. We stood in the kitchen talking with the daughter-in-law, getting the patient's name and history, and trying to find out if there was anyone else we should call. As we're talking, I realized that the child she'd had with her in the driveway had entered the house as well. It was a boy, maybe 3 years old. He walked into the living room and was trying to talk to his grandma. He says to Mom, "Grandma's sleeping." He proceeds to sit down on the floor at Grandma's feet and is playing with toys, running his car onto her foot and saying, "Grandma, wake up and play with me." That was sort of sad and creepy at the same time. I wanted to ask Mom to pull him away from her, but he didn't seem disturbed in the least, and suddenly yanking him away from his grandma and keeping him away might scare him. As far as he was concerned, Grandma was just taking a nap. Why not leave it that way? There is a sort of light-hearted ending to this that still makes me chuckle when I think of it. A few minutes later, I see a car pull into the driveway and screech to a halt. An elderly man gets out and heads for the door. The daughter-in-law says, "Oh shit, it's her husband. He doesn't know what's going on." As he comes running into the kitchen and yelling, "What's wrong? What's going on?" I gave him my well-practiced speech. "I'm sorry, sir. Your wife appears to have died several hours ago. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." He looked at me and replies, "Well, damn it. What am I supposed to do with these drugs from the pharmacy I just got for her?" He holds up the bag. "They cost me $200. I was so stunned I just stood there for a few seconds and said nothing. You're probably thinking, world's biggest asshole, right? It turned out that he and his wife had been separated for something like 10 or 12 years, but since she was in poor health, he had been helping out by picking up groceries and medications from the pharmacy. He said, "Let me get you boys a cup of coffee." So that was the scene. Sitting at the kitchen table, my partner and I were drinking a cup of coffee with the widower and the daughter-in-law, while Grandma sat slumped over, dead in front of the TV, with her grandson playing with toys around her feet, waiting for the damned coroner to show up. It was surreal enough for a Salvador Dali painting. Hello, my name is Janet W. I'm a surgeon from the tri-state area, born and raised in Connecticut, then hopped around New Jersey and New York, working at different children's hospitals. Working in the industry, I've been trained to resist the emotional inputs that tell my receptors to pause even momentarily. It would be hard to focus on the surgery itself if I'm too focused on the tragic reasons why I'm doing my job. But still, it's equally as defeating and saddening when we lose one. This is a perfect segue, bringing me to the part where I explain why I do or do not believe in ghosts. I used to not even entertain the idea of ghosts. I believe in reincarnation, and I still wholeheartedly do. But a patient's first-hand account of the afterlife really made me rethink the idea of the other side. A liminal space between life and death. Time isn't the same time you and I work with here on Earth. I believe that their time is different from ours. How, I couldn't begin to understand. That's knowledge only granted after death. But if I manage to bring you back to life after you die, are you able to remember the in-between? I think so. People die and come back to life every day. Let's say you're a 14-year-old freshman pitcher. You throw a heater that gets sent straight at you, a ball going 100 miles an hour off the bat. It will make a 60-foot trip back in half a second. Your eyes see the ball instantly, but it takes about 1/4 of a second for the brain to process danger and send a motor signal to move your glove. You're also most likely square to the batter, where you try to regain footing after the pitch. But by the time the body starts to react, the ball is already smashed into your chest with blinding accuracy, causing a cardiac rupture where the muscle wall of your heart had split open from the pure blunt force trauma. Hopefully, your coach or someone in the crowd knows enough to immediately begin to perform CPR on you until paramedics can take over. Then, if you're lucky enough, you see me, and we're able to fix you all up with some emergency open-heart surgery. But by the time you're waking up, you've died 7 or 8 times since then, clinically flatlining and needing to be resuscitated, starting all the way back at the field. I guess I'll stop saying you as the character and let it be known that this was a real story that I was part of. The 14-year-old was a real boy. I was working the late shift that night, but I spent most of those hours sitting in that kid's room, talking to him. His mom and dad stayed as late as they could, but he had a baby brother that needed to get home. They were coming back the next morning. It was thought that he'd be sleeping until the next day when the family would have time to sneak back in and pretend they'd been there all night. But sometime during the middle of the night, he woke up and found the help button on his bed. When the nurse went in there, he was naturally confused and scared, waking up where he was and in the condition he was in. By the time I entered, we were able to calm him down. I told him everything that had happened up to that point and then asked him what he remembered. This was to do a quick, non-invasive cognitive check. I knew if he replied to my question with a duh, I was going to have to call in a team. Anything other than that or different, I would have been satisfied with, as I wasn't even expecting him to be awake yet. But there he was, sitting upright in the dark room, slowly panning his head left to right, trying to figure out where he was still. And it was a relief when he was able to form a sentence and respond clearly. But when I addressed that and was able to move onto the actual substance of what he was trying to say to me, that's when, for the first time in my career, I was convinced of the afterlife. Given the circumstances, I'd already been aware of what happened leading up to this. It was fascinating to hear his recollection of what he'd experienced. I'm going to call him Cody. So when Cody got dropped by the baseball, he said that it only hurt for a second, like someone had punched him in the stomach. With that 1/4 of a second he had, he knew that it wasn't a fist that had hit him, though. He took a few steps back after being hit and recalls the field looking different. The colors of the grass, the opposing team's jerseys looked muted. He saw his coach running out to the mound. His strides were almost comically slow and exaggerated as he made his way towards him. But it was the look of horror on his face that Cody didn't understand yet. I think this needs to be noted because I thought it was just creepy. Looking around, Cody also said that there were random adults walking on the playing field, but his teammates were all staring at Cody, or at least in Cody's direction. I'm sure their eyes were all staring at what he found when his coach finally got to the mound and went down on his knees. That's when Cody saw him start doing CPR on his own body. To make sure I'm following along straight, I ask, "You saw your coach performing CPR on you?" And he said, "Yeah," but he was standing right next to him as he did it. Then the paramedics came, and he almost didn't get into the ambulance with them before they shut the door. But it felt like magnets were in his chest, pulling him towards it. Sitting in the back of the ambulance watching the paramedics work on him, he realized he wasn't really sitting. He also wasn't really standing. Any physical activity had been reduced to a leisurely float. A current he let pull him like a fishing lure attached to his body. There were other people floating, wandering like they'd lost their way. Cody described viewing the operating room from above, looking down on us while we operated on him. He correctly identified the number of surgeons in there and could even hear us talking to each other. After watching us for a while, he had a vision of his parents in the waiting room, and somehow that vision acted like a portal that moved him into the waiting room with his mom and dad. They couldn't hear him, and his hands went through them when he reached out. His mom was crying, sitting in the chairs by the large fish tank that we have, and his dad was talking to a nurse who was writing on a clipboard. Cody said that he didn't like the waiting room. There were other floaters in there that scared him. I believe when he said floaters, he meant people in the same state that he was in. In other words, ghost mode. Some of them were kids, most were adults, but all of them looked like they were filled with misery and still wearing the wounds that represented their exit from the world. From this world. Some of the people Cody told me about I'd seen earlier that day. A 6-year-old boy torn apart by 2 Rottweilers. A woman with blonde hair and a teacup-sized hole in her face from a self-inflicted whoopsie. Although I didn't interject, believing my comment would only make him feel more uncomfortable, his near-perfect description of these people gave me chills. Cody said he thought he would be trapped in there forever with them. Going back and forth from the vision portal he described, he'd check in on how we were doing, saying he thought that his body had been laying there for days, but in reality, the surgery lasted almost 6 hours. We had to open his chest, stitch the torn muscle of his heart, and coax it back into rhythm. When we finally rolled him into recovery, his skin was pale as milk, and his chest was bound in tape and wires, but we saved him. I asked if he remembered going back into his body, or how did that work? And he said that he was in the waiting room with his parents when the magnet feeling became the strongest he'd felt it. He said that the stronger it got, the more he started to feel physical pain again. He'd almost forgotten about the physical pain that he'd stepped away from. The portal pulled him back in without him having to envision it first. That's when he used the little strength that he had left to pull himself into a seated position on the hospital bed where I found him. Ever since then, if a kid flatlines on the table while we're performing surgery on them, I like to look up and wave them back down. I don't do it expressively to call attention to myself. I just think that's where they're going to be hanging out, and my acknowledgement of their situation might entice them back into their bodies. I think it's worked more than a few times. I don't know. I'm sure credit should go to the medical team doing their darndest to keep that pulse steady. I'm also hands deep in that process too, and who knows, it could be a little superstitious. And I definitely wouldn't write it in any medical thesis I'd ever have my name on. Maybe spirits don't float to the ceiling and I'm discreetly waving to nobody. But maybe my little waves their guidance back home. Who knows? I don't, so I can't say it doesn't work either. I hadn't thought of this memory for so long until reading comments. It was like something buried deep in my mind was suddenly brought to the surface. When I was a kid, my family lived out in the middle of nowhere in rural Montana. We had acres upon acres of land, surrounded by dense woods and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. My brothers and I spent most of our days exploring, making up games, and testing the limits of our curiosity. One particular summer day stands out. We were wandering further than usual, our feet crunching over twigs and leaves, when we stumbled across something we had never seen before. Tucked into the trees, partially hidden by overgrown brush, was a cabin, or what was left of one. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The roof sagged in places, the wooden walls were grayed and splintered, and one corner had completely collapsed on itself. But what drew us closer wasn't the eerie isolation of the cabin. It was the way it seemed wrong, like it didn't belong there. We didn't hesitate, though. We were kids after all, and caution wasn't exactly in our vocabulary. We approached the rotting porch, the boards groaning under our weight as we crept inside. The first thing that hit us was the smell, damp, moldy, with a strange chemical undertone that made my stomach turn. The inside was just as dilapidated as the outside, but there was one detail that stood out, one that I'll never forget. Orange prescription pill bottles. They were everywhere. At first, it didn't seem so strange. Maybe someone had left a few behind. But as we moved deeper into the cabin, it became overwhelming. Open a cupboard and pill bottles would come spilling out. Peer under the sink, there were more. They littered the countertops, filled the drawers, and even sat in piles beneath makeshift furniture. The bottles were in every corner, every crevice, some hidden, some in plain sight, but all of them empty. Hundreds of them. I remember my brothers and I exchanging uneasy glances. We were kids, but even we could tell this wasn't normal. What kind of person needed that many pills, or had been bringing them here, one by one, for some reason that we just couldn't understand? The bottles didn't have labels that we could make out, just worn, faded text. It looked like they'd been deliberately scratched off. We didn't stay long. The air got heavier the longer we were in there. The cabin itself was pressing on us, urging us to leave, basically. I can't explain it, but I remember feeling like we weren't supposed to be there, like we'd stumbled into something that wasn't meant to be found. To this day, I can't shake the image of those bottles, hundreds of them, empty, scattered throughout that forgotten place. Who left them there, and why? I'll never know, but even now, the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. I've been the school nurse in my district for a year now, which is long enough to know 3 things. Kids will fake a fever if it gets them out of math. Nobody actually eats the cafeteria meatloaf. They just shuffle it around on the tray. And my office at one school is haunted. Now, don't give me that look. I know how it sounds. I didn't believe it at first either. I thought it was just old pipes, maybe going stir-crazy from all the fluorescent lighting. But no, I've got stories, and they're mine. It started with whispers, I think. Little voices just at the edge of hearing, like a secret being shared in the next room. The first time I spun around so fast I nearly tripped over my rolling chair, certain that some kid had snuck in for a Band-Aid or a chance to dodge gym class. But the office was empty. No kids, no teachers. Not even Mr. Whitman, who seemed to wander in daily for ice packs and attention. But I'd heard the whispers. So, how do you explain it? Well, then came the laughter, all around the same time. But this wasn't the happy playground kind. It was different. Quick, breathless giggles, like someone was hiding behind the exam curtain and thought they were being clever. I pulled that curtain back with all of the authority I could muster, half expecting to actually see a 3rd grader doubled over. But there was nothing but a cot, neat as a pin. I told myself, fine, you're just tired. Nurses don't exactly get 8 hours in a spa day. But I think what sealed the deal for me was the door incident. I like to keep the door cracked just a little, enough that I can see the hall but still have a sense of privacy. One afternoon, I was heading back into my office to do some paperwork. I noticed in the narrow silver line of light spilling in through the gap, and the line, clear as day, was a child's face. I saw an eye, the curve of a cheek, pressed right up against the crack, watching me as though they were behind the door. I fully expected that when I entered the office, I'd see the child. But, you guessed it, there was no one there, empty as a tomb. which is not the phrase you want to use about your workplace, let me tell you. But it was empty. And that was the moment that I just stopped pretending, because you can excuse whispers, especially in a school. That goes for giggles too. But you can't excuse a whole face pressed into the crack of a door and finding nobody on the other side. I'm just not that crazy. Now, here's the other thing. I'm not really afraid anymore. It's not scary, I guess. A year of this, and I've decided that whoever or whatever it is just a kid. That's how it behaves. Mischievous, curious, not malicious. A peek, a laughter, a whisper. Nothing worse than the living ones, honestly. These days, when I hear a soft giggle, I just sigh and go back to charting. So yes, I think that office is haunted, but I've made peace with it. The students come here to rest when they're sick or scared. Maybe this one did too, once upon a time. Maybe they just never left. I once house sat a very old manor home. It was near the Mason-Dixon line. This location becomes important later in the story. It was built in the mid-1700s. Like a lot of houses, it had that root cellar, sub-basement deep under the house. It was used for food storage back in the day. And I always just got the weirdest and most foreboding feeling walking past the door leading down to it. Never actually went down there. It was a very big house that had many additions put on over the years, so it had multiple alarm systems. And one night, the alarm system in the original part of the house, where the door to the root cellar was, it wouldn't stop going off. I probably got out of bed 7 or 8 times just to enter the code and turn it off that night. It was an older alarm system, so I figured, probably old wiring or part going bad or something. I didn't think much of it other than being annoyed that I had to keep waking up. When the family got back from vacation, I told the father about the night the alarm kept going off, and he looked very puzzled. He told me that had never happened before, in the several decades that they'd lived there. And even weirder, because it was an older alarm system, and in that part of the house, all of the alarms were motion activated. I later found out the house was right down the street from a Quaker meeting house in the area. It had a high Quaker population that was well known for its role in the Underground Railroad. Families in that area would routinely let people escaping slavery hide in their cellars and sub-basements. My family is ancestrally Quaker, and the family who lived there was not. It still kind of gives me chills thinking about it. About a year ago, I was at my dad's house taking care of the dog for a week because he had gone camping with some friends and my sister. My wife was also gone to Colombia with her family for a month. My in-laws asked me to take care of their dog while they were gone, and so I of course said yes. So there I am, first night at my dad's house with 2 dogs who had been playing together all day. I decided to go to bed around 10, so I lock the front door and the back door. I make sure every door in the house, except for my bedroom door, is closed, and I fall asleep. At about 12, I hear the dogs freaking out, barking and whining, so I jump out of bed to go check on them. On my way downstairs, I see the back door is unlocked and open. I look down at the dogs. They're both staring at the basement door, whining and growling, while laying in a puddle of their own pee. I realize dogs have accidents, but not these ones. Not at this time. I see the basement door is open, so I have 911 ready to be called on my phone, and I go downstairs. I searched around for a while, even though I wasn't sure what I was looking for, until I decided to go back upstairs and clean off the dogs. At about 1 a.m, the dogs are finally clean and no longer focused on the basement. So I make sure the basement door is latched, and I go back upstairs after making sure the back door is locked as well. At about 2 a.m., I once again hear the dogs barking and freaking out, so I run downstairs, Once again, I see the back door wide open. So is the basement door. But this time, both dogs are staring out the window, looking into the backyard. So I don't bother going downstairs, I just close the door. I run to the back door and I close it and lock it as hard and as fast as I can. I go upstairs, and I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, but both dogs slept on the bed with me. After about a week, my dad gets home and I ask him if we can watch his home cameras for the first night that I was there. He keeps it all on his cell phone. As we're watching, I was just looking to see if anything or anyone even went near the house during the night. Oddly enough, there was nothing. The only weird thing is that around 12 and 2, the back door randomly flings open with nothing going in or out. And you can see from a camera from a different angle in the house that I clearly lock the back doors every single time. My dad says there's been no issues with locks any other day before or since then. So if my dad's house is haunted, I guess whatever's there doesn't like me too much. About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like 2 voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt the presence, almost like the voices came from 2 people standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother, who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. I used to work overnights at an assisted living facility. It was just after 1 a.m. I was on the first floor, sitting in a little alcove where we kept the computer. The hallways were quiet. Lights were dimmed. Most of the residents were asleep. But out of nowhere, I heard a scream. Not just a noise, but a real scream of terror. So loud and close that it felt like it had come from right outside the alcove. A woman's voice, sharp, raw, cutting straight through me. I jumped up instantly in a panic, but ready to help. I was convinced that one of my patients had fallen or was in serious trouble. There were only 2 people on that floor, both older women, so I ran straight for their rooms. I checked one, then the other. Both were sound asleep. Not restless or stirring, they were breathing slow and steady like they hadn't moved in hours. That made no sense. The scream was too clear, too present, for it to have drifted from somewhere else. But with nothing obviously wrong, I tried to shake it off and went back to work. A little while later, I moved into the gathering room, which was maybe 20 feet down the same hallway from where I'd been sitting. I wanted the change of scenery and to get out of the alcove, maybe calm my nerves. And that's when it happened again. Another scream. The exact same sound, high, piercing, and full of terror. But this time, I was facing the hallway. I could see both directions. There was no one there. The sound hadn't come from a room, and it wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there, in the hallway, as if someone had stood just a few feet away and screamed directly at me. The force of it was so real, so in this world, but at the same time, it didn't belong. Like it had no source or body. It was just pure sound hanging in the air. My stomach was dropping up and down. It was the most unsettling thing I'd ever experienced. I sat there and my ears were ringing, and I grabbed the phone, called my brother, just to try to calm myself down. I didn't know what else to do. I worked plenty more shifts after that night, but I never stopped thinking about those screams. They weren't echoes. They didn't come from anywhere but inside that building. And they weren't my patients. I also know they weren't in my head. I just still don't know what they were. I was working at a small wine bar on the Jersey Shore, back when I had first started in the service industry. I had been at this location for a while, but on this day, most of the staff was across the street helping out at the sister spot. That left me alone in the bar, trying to look productive while I prepped glassware and cut garnishes. The setup was simple. A narrow bar up front, a cozy dining area with tables scattered near the windows, and a cellar downstairs where we kept a bulk of the wine. The kitchen had a little monitor pointed at the front entrance so whoever was back there could see when someone came in, and a soft ding-dong chime that sounded every time the door opened. I was putting something away when the chime went off. Out of habit, I glanced up at the monitor. A large man with a beard had just walked in. He wasn't subtle either. He looked like he was in a good mood, moving his arms like he was grooving to a song that only he could hear. It made me smile a little bit. He seemed like the type of guy who might sit at the bar, order a glass of red, and tell you his whole life story. I called out, "Be right with you." Finished what I was doing real quick. The distance from this area to the bar's swinging doors was maybe 10 feet, so I walked through in just a couple of seconds. But the dining room was empty. I frowned, figuring maybe he'd gone to look around. The bar wasn't that big, though. You could see the whole space in a glance. Nobody. I even crouched down, checking under tables like maybe he'd dropped something. Still, nothing. A little unsettled, I figured he'd gone into the wine cellar. Guests are allowed down there to pick out bottles if they wanted. I hurried down the short staircase, the air cooling as I descended. The racks stretched out neatly, hundreds of bottles tucked in rows, but it was silent. No steps or movement, and no sign of any person. That's when my nerves sort of kicked in. I jogged back upstairs and went out the front door. The street outside was empty, not a soul in sight. By the time the rest of the staff returned from across the street, I was still kind of rattled. I told them what I'd seen. The man had come in, clear as day, waving his arms like he was dancing and then completely vanished. They didn't look surprised at all. One of the girls said, "Oh, you saw him too." Turns out the building had a reputation. Years back, a man had lived in an apartment above the bar. He died suddenly, heart attack or the like. They said that ever since, people swore they caught glimpses of him inside, always cheerful and animated, always lingering near the front entrance. I worked there for a while after that, but I never saw him again, and nobody else disappeared on me like that. I did have something weird happen during a summer trip I took with some college friends. We rented this little house in a beach town, not a touristy place, more like a locals-only kind of vibe. It was more than affordable, and the ideal place for a week of drinking, laying in the sun, and pretending that we weren't about to graduate college with zero life plans. The house was maybe 3 blocks from the water, and every night we'd walk down to the beach after dinner. There was this long wooden pier. It stretched way out into the ocean, and we'd sit at the end, smoke, talk about dumb stuff, and listen to the waves. The first time I saw him, the man on the pier, I thought he was just some old guy doing the same thing that we were. He was standing alone, maybe 15 feet away from us, back turned, looking out at the water. Long coat, hands in his pockets, didn't move. I figured he was being polite, giving us space. When we got up to leave, I glanced back and he was still there. The next night, same thing. This time he was already on the pier when we arrived. Same spot, same posture, just standing like a statue. Nobody else mentioned him, so I didn't either. Maybe I didn't want to sound paranoid, but something about the way he stood there. It was off, different, like he wasn't looking at the water, more like he was waiting for something in it. By the third night, I was now watching for him. We got to the pier just after sundown, and sure enough, there he was. Same distance from us, same coat, even though it was easily 80 degrees. My buddy Joel cracked a joke about creepy sea ghosts, and the others were laughing. But when I said, like that guy down there, they all looked at me like I'd grown another head. "There's nobody down there," one of them said. "Are you good?" I walked a little closer to prove it, got maybe 6 feet away before something just shifted. The air got heavy, my ears popped. I swear I smelled salt or something like copper. Blood, maybe. I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. I was completely convinced that I had seen a ghost. None of my friends wanted anything to do with what I was saying, but the next day, I asked the guy running the bait shop if there were any local legends about someone dying on the pier. I figured maybe there was a fisherman who drowned or something. He got quiet. He just said, "Some folks say they see things out there, if that's what you're talking about, when the tide's just right. I wouldn't go looking for them, though. Not if I were you." That night, I stayed behind while the others went to the beach. I couldn't explain why, but I had this awful feeling, like if I went back out there, something would see me back. I never got any confirmation of old history or local legends, but the fact that others had seen stuff out there, that was kind of enough for me. I told my friends about the conversation, but no one seemed to believe me or care. But I know what I saw. I spent 2 summers working at an antique shop in Gettysburg. It was an old brick building just off the main drag. It kind of creaked even when nobody was moving. The town thrives off of its ghost stories, especially during tourist season, and our shop was no exception. We had more than a few customers come in just to feel the energy, especially in the back corner. where the floorboards always seemed colder than the rest of the place. That's what people said. By my second summer, the owners had decided to close up and relocate. Business was better online, and the new space didn't come with the maintenance issues or the rumors. It was my last week there, and one of the owners asked if I could come in on a Monday to help pack. The store was already mostly empty, shelves stripped, lights dim. There was something kind of eerie about seeing it that way, like the soul of the place had already moved. We were boxing up the last of the smaller stuff when he asked if I could grab an old framed photo from the basement. I hesitated. That basement had always creeped me out. It wasn't finished, just exposed stone, a dirt floor in parts, and piles of old furniture, mannequins, dusty mirrors stacked. Basically the set of a horror film. There was also a child-sized wicker coffin in the corner, which the owner once casually mentioned had been used for Victorian-era viewings. Supposedly, it had belonged to a local family that had donated a bunch of their heirlooms. I didn't want to seem like a wimp, so I nodded and made my way toward the basement. As I got closer to the basement door, I felt this pressure, change in the air, like a moment before a thunderclap. I put my hand on the doorknob and paused, and that's when I heard two distinct thumps echo up the stairwell, like someone was stepping heavily on the bottom step. I froze. It was probably something shifting, boxes settling, the building being old. That's what I told myself. But as I reached for the railing to start down, I heard something else, running. This was no casual footsteps, no creaking floorboards. This was fast, pounding, heavy footfalls, like someone sprinting up the stairs, straight towards me. I didn't wait to see what it was. I turned and ran. My legs were barely working. I didn't stop until I hit the front of the store, where the owner was taping a box shut. I was out of breath, borderline panicking, and when I told him what had just happened, he didn't even flinch. Just kind of smirked and said, "Oh yeah, that happens sometimes. They didn't tell you about that basement when you started?" And that was it. No explanation, no warning, just that happens sometimes. I never went back down there. Never got that frame that day. When they officially closed the shop a few days later, I didn't stick around to see what they packed last. Gettysburg is full of ghosts, sure, but the basement? That one felt personal. To start off, I'm not a superstitious person, or overly paranoid for that matter. I'm skeptical about ghosts and spirits and all that, but as I write this, regardless of what it was, I have chills. It was the fall of '98, and I'd been a truck driver for about 10 months. I was driving down a lonely stretch of 2-lane roads in central Louisiana. The sun was setting, and I hadn't passed a town in miles. The scenery was quiet, almost eerily so, with the trees casting long shadows across the road. It was one of those evenings where the world feels just a little off. That constant feeling like something's gonna happen. As I was driving, I noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. I thought to myself that I could use some company for a few miles and considered pulling over. But then something about the way he was dressed caught my eye. He looked like he was straight out of the 1950s, dressed like a greaser with a leather jacket, slicked back hair, everything. The whole scene felt like a snapshot from another era. What really unsettled me, though, was that the entire time I was approaching him, he kept his back to me. He never turned around, not once, and this all played over the span of just a couple minutes. But it felt longer, like time had slowed down. Suddenly, I was hit with a gut feeling that I shouldn't stop. I can't explain it, but every instinct screamed at me to keep going. So instead of pulling over, I swerved wide around the hitchhiker, giving him a wide berth. As I passed him, I glanced into my side mirror to check if I was clear, and that's when I saw it, or at least I think I did. Where his face should have been, there was nothing but an eyeless skull staring back at me. The image was so vivid and so chilling, it's burned into my memory. I'm not saying I actually saw it or that I know what it is. It could have been a mask, my imagination, trick of the light, but it scared me then, and it scares me now. He had clearly been hitchhiking, so what was his intention if it was a mask? And if it wasn't a mask, what the hell was it? Some of my earliest memories are of visiting my grandparents' house. It was a cozy little place, faded floral wallpaper, the scent of old books and coffee. My grandmother was always in the kitchen, humming as she would be baking something sweet. And my grandfather wasn't much of a talker. He was a quiet man, always sitting in his favorite chair by the window. I remember the way that he'd sit there, watching the world outside, barely acknowledging anyone with more than a nod. He never played with me or spoke, but I never thought much of it. I was just a toddler, happy to be in the presence of family. When my grandmother passed away, I was about 3 or 4. After that, we stopped visiting the house and life moved on. I don't remember seeing my grandfather again after my grandmother was gone. Years later, when I was around 13, I was at home when something small but familiar caught my eye. My parents had moved my grandfather's old chair into our living room, the same one that he'd always had. I guess it was in storage. I smiled at the memory, running my fingers over the worn fabric. Casually, I said, "I remember Grandpa sitting in this chair all the time when we visited. He never talked, though. Why was he so quiet?" I expected a chuckle or a fond story, but instead, my parents went silent. They exchanged a glance, one of those looks that said 1,000 words without saying a thing. Finally, my mom cleared her throat. "Honey," she said slowly, "your grandfather died before you were born." I laughed at first, thinking she was joking, but their serious faces told me otherwise. I had memories of a man I'd never met, and he'd been sitting in that chair the whole time. My friend used to be a janitor at a university. One night, he's finishing cleaning up the bathrooms and he's just about to leave. He hears one of the toilets flush. He tries to think nothing much of it and continues on working. About 30 minutes later, he's closing up one of the classrooms and he notices something from the corner of his eye. Looks like someone walking across the hall, going from one room quickly to another. He goes over and checks the rooms just to make sure nobody was breaking in. And of course, they're empty. He's been working there for years, so he just moves on. As he walks back past the bathroom again, he hears a loud slam coming from inside, like someone slamming the stall. He then hears the bathroom flush one more time. The brave guy goes back in there to see what's up, and of course, it's empty. Way later on, as his shift finishes, he walks to the lot where his car is. He feels like something's watching him. He turns around to check, and he swears he saw some sort of figure in the distance quickly hide away. He worked there for another few years, but oddly enough, that was his only story. I worked overnight at a subway inside of a 24-hour truck stop. One night around 3 a.m., a guy came in. Wasn't sure if he was drunk or intellectually disabled, but he seemed a bit off. He asked if I had a sandwich for him, and I thought that he meant he called in an order. I asked his name, and he took a few steps forward, and I saw that he was covered in blood. He told me I didn't need to know his name and to just make him a fucking sandwich. The truck stop hired off-duty state troopers to work security for part of the night, and we were all friendly. I asked the girl at the gas station counter to ask Hitchcock, the off-duty officer, to come help me with a customer. The officer was alerted to a problem without the guy realizing, and the officer came out and saw a trail of blood leading up to the guy, and when he walked up, the guy tried to run. They arrested him and found out that he'd been stabbed, but that he'd also stabbed another man to death and was gassing up the car, getting food to go on the run. He was in shock, didn't realize he was covered in blood. This was Halloween night, 1974. I was 8 years old, skinny as a rail, and convinced I was the fastest, most efficient trick-or-treater in the entire neighborhood. My costume was a ghost, naturally. A bedsheet with 2 hastily cut eye holes, which meant that I tripped a lot. But what I lacked in visibility, I made up for in enthusiasm. My younger brother, Mikey, was a less ambitious pirate, clutching a plastic cutlass and complaining about the cold. Our dad, bless his patient soul, was the chaperone, mostly there to stop us from running into the street. Our neighborhood, a grid of modest, well-kept homes, was a kid's paradise on Halloween. Every porch light was on. Every house had a potential gold mine of tiny candy bars and brightly wrapped taffy. We had a strategy. Hit the main loop, then dart down the side streets. It was getting late, maybe past 8:30. The early rush had died down, and a chill had settled into the air. It was making the sheet over my head feel less like a costume and more like a necessity. Mikey was starting to drag his feet, his plastic pumpkin pail half full and heavy. "Just one more street, guys," Dad encouraged. "Then it's home for sorting and hot cocoa." We turned down West Parkton Drive, a short cul-de-sac that usually had a couple of good candy stops. There were only 3 houses with their lights on still. We hit the first 2. Score some impressive-sized candy bars, a true rarity, those full-sized. And then our eyes turned to the last house. It stood out. Not in a spooky, decorative way, but in a quiet, unsettling one. It was a small, well-maintained bungalow, painted a pale yellow with dark green shutters. There were no jack-o'-lanterns or fake spiderwebs, no flickering lights, just a single bare porch light casting a stark circle on the concrete. And on the small porch swing, a man sat perfectly still. He wasn't in costume. He was just a man, maybe in his 40s or 50s, wearing a cardigan, sitting there in the cool night air. He didn't wave or call out. He just watched us approach. "That house looks a little creepy," Mikey mumbled, instinctively tightening his grip on Dad's hand. "It's just quiet, buddy," Dad said, always trying to rationalize away childhood fears. Maybe he just wants to enjoy the night. But even Dad seemed to hesitate. We were approaching the sidewalk leading up to the yellow house. I could feel the pull towards the promise of more candy, but also a strange, subtle resistance from Dad. He wasn't saying no, but he wasn't speeding up either. It was a silent negotiation between a child's greed and an adult's unease. Then, just as we reached the end of the walk, the streetlights on West Parkton Drive, old, unreliable things, flickered and died. The entire cul-de-sac plunged into near darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the distant main street and the man's single porch light. "All right, that's it," Dad declared, suddenly decisive. "Lights out means candy's out. We're heading home. Time for cocoa." He took us each by the hand and steered us firmly away from the yellow house, turning us back toward the main road. Mikey let out a small ah, but I was secretly relieved. The sudden darkness combined with the man's silent vigil had pushed the scale towards creepy, and not the fun kind. As we walked away, I looked back over my shoulder and the man still hadn't moved. He was still sitting there, a dark, motionless shape under his porch light, watching the empty street. When you're a kid, things just stick with you. And this man and his presence, it always did. But I'll never know for sure if it's because of what I learned. The next morning, the sun streamed into our kitchen as we dumped our candy haul into the newspaper-covered table. We hadn't gotten to sorting it the night before after Cocoa. Mikey was meticulously sorting his M&Ms from his Smarties. I was already planning which candy bar I'd trade for his licorice, Milky Way. Then Dad came in, his face pale and drawn. He had the local newspaper clutched in his hand, its headline screaming. I don't remember the exact words, but the gist was clear and stark and horrifying. Fatal Halloween candy. A man, just a few streets over, had been giving out candy on Halloween night, pixie sticks mainly. Several children, including his own young son, were now gravely ill. One had died. The candy had been laced with something lethal. It was a local tragedy, a shocking, incomprehensible act. The details slowly emerged. The man was in a bitter custody battle, and it was a twisted, evil attempt at revenge. But for me, the most chilling detail was the address. The article named the street and the house number. It was West Parkton Drive, and the number was the yellow bungalow with the dark green shutters. The house where the man had been sitting motionless on the porch swing. The last house on the block, the one Dad had inexplicably, mercifully, steered us away from as the streetlights went out. Mikey and I had been mere feet from that porch. We would have approached the man, we would have knocked, extended our bags, we would have taken the candy. The memory of the silent man in the cardigan, the way that he was just watching, and the sudden darkness and Dad's uncharacteristic decisiveness, it all coalesced into a suffocating realization. We'd been saved by chance, essentially. Our dad had an almost psychic recoil from a house that broadcasted its danger in a way that only certain instincts could perceive. Maybe. I think we just got lucky. To this day, every Halloween when I see children skipping up to strangers' doors, I think of that yellow house. I think about people dispelling the rumors of poisoned candy and such, and I agree, it's overused. But it is true. And I think of that silent man and how close Mikey and I came to being just another heartbreaking name in a newspaper headline, all because of the candy man's poison pixie sticks. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with checking your children's candy, or even being wary of the houses they visit. I was still a rookie when my older brother took his own life. He lived in another state, and though we were close, I hadn't spoken to him in weeks. The guilt ate at me. I kept thinking if I just called, just checked in. By the time they found him, his body was in bad shape. Closed casket service, no final goodbye, just silence. About a week after the funeral, I was back on patrol trying to fake some kind of normal. My partner and I rolled up to a gas station after dispatch got a call about a fight. We pull in and we see a big guy, maybe 6'4", beating on a woman in the parking lot. No hesitation, I jumped out of the cruiser, and he sees me and takes off running. I chase him on foot, gun drawn. He cuts through a narrow corridor beside the building, one of those cut-through alleyways that leads into the central courtyard. It's tight, dim, and there's not a lot of light. You can lose your advantage fast. Just before I hit the courtyard, I heard, clear as day, "It's okay," my brother's voice said, calm, reassuring. I turned the corner. The guy was waiting for me, already there, backed into a corner, gun raised, and aimed right at my head. I barely had time to breathe before he pulled the trigger. Once, twice, nothing. I blinked. Then I charged him and started swinging. I don't remember how many times I hit him with the butt of my revolver, only that I didn't stop until the gun dropped out of my hand. I cuffed him, walked him out, found my partner. I told him the guy pulled the trigger twice. What I didn't say was the part about my brother's voice. Back at the station, we unloaded the gun. A .32 revolver. 2 of the bullets had clear strike marks. The guy hadn't missed. The gun had failed. I took it to a lab and told the tech what had happened, minus the ghost part. He loaded the same 2 rounds back into the chamber and fired them into the test tank. Both bullets fired. When I was in my early 20s, my sister bought this small house on the edge of town. It used to belong to our great aunt, one of those places that still smelled faintly of old wood and mothballs, no matter how much you cleaned it. Our aunt had passed away there 3 years before, in the front sitting room. I was a teenager when it happened. It wasn't violent or anything, it was a heart attack, but my sister and I both knew that she hadn't been found for a while. We never really talked about it. Fast forward a decade, my sister was hosting a family dinner, and she'd just finished fixing up the house. Fresh paint, new furniture, the whole thing. The sitting room where our aunt had died had been turned into a playroom for her 4-year-old daughter, my niece. During the party, my niece disappeared into that room while the adults were in the kitchen. I went to check on her after a while because it had gotten really quiet. She was sitting on the rug with her toys in front of her, completely still, just staring at the armchair by the window. "Hey, kiddo, what you doing?" I asked. She didn't look at me. "Talking to the lady." "What lady?" "The one in the chair." I looked. The chair was empty. "Is she nice?" I asked, keeping it light. "She says she knows you," my niece said. "She says you used to come here and eat cookies with her." It gave me chills. Our aunt had baked cookies every time I visited. That's not something my niece could have known. I never told her about that, and my sister didn't really keep those kinds of family stories alive. "What else did she say?" I asked. My niece finally looked up at me, completely serious. "She says she doesn't like all the changes that were made here." We left the room, and I shut the door. I didn't tell my sister about it until weeks later, and even then, I left out the part about not liking all the changes. I work alone, midnight to 8 a.m., as an access control technician, which is just a fancy name for watching empty lobbies on CCTV. The office building is dead silent, and my biggest threat is running out of charging cable length. This story centers on the South Annex fire door, a generic metal door at the end of a long, white, fluorescent-lit corridor that's only used for storage. The camera focused on it keeps doing this weird thing where it glitches out for a split second, maybe a tenth of a second, about 3 or 4 times an hour. I log it as a firmware bug. Whatever. Then the glitches start happening when I'm walking through that hallway for my rounds. During the flash, I see something. A figure standing right by the door. It's not a shadow, but a super clear, staticky snapshot of a tall, impossibly thin person in a dark suit. Just there. I initially figure it's a lighting artifact, or maybe I'm sleep-deprived as fuck, and I need to drink more energy drinks. But then the figure starts moving within the glitch. It's never in the same place in the snapshot. Sometimes it's leaning, Sometimes its head is tilted. The biggest change comes from when I realize the figure isn't just in the glitch. It causes the glitch. I start hearing faint, high-frequency digital whispers right before the flash, like corrupted audio files being played too fast. The whisper sounds like my name, but stretched and garbled. Everything peaks when I deliberately try to trigger the glitch by standing in front of the door with my phone camera running. I capture a flash, but my phone screen is just a wall of static. When I look up, the figure isn't in the glitch anymore. It's standing still in the hallway, and it's waiting for the next glitch to disappear. The final moment is the realization that the figure is only fully visible during the split-second failure of observation, and the whispers are the only part of it that can exist in continuous time. It's not the ghost that's glitched. It's my perception that's lagging behind, something that's always been there. What exactly it is, I'm not sure. I was 12 when my mom left town for a few days, leaving me by myself. Back then, it wasn't a big deal. Plus, our relatives lived nearby. She trusted me to handle myself. She refused to give me a cell phone, though. Said if anything came up, she'd just call the landline and expected me to be there. Before leaving, she told me exactly when she'd be back. The date came, and late afternoon, I heard someone knocking at the door. "Sweetie, it's me. Open up." It was my mom's voice, calm, cheerful. My dog, who adores her, perked up immediately and sprinted down the stairs. But then she stopped, whimpered, and bolted back up to me. Her tail was between her legs and shaking. I didn't move at first. I just stared at my bedroom door as the knocking continued downstairs. Then the landline rang. The knocking stopped. I answered the phone and my mom's voice came through. Same tone as usual with her warmth. "Hey, hun. Sorry, change of plans. I have to stay one more day, but I'll be home tomorrow." I never went downstairs. And whatever was at the door, it never came back. I grew up going to the state fair every summer. It was our family's tradition. Funnel cakes, rides, livestock barns, all of it. Even as I got older, I kept going. Some years with friends, some years by myself. The year that this happened, my grandfather had just passed away a few months earlier. He was the one who always made sure we went, even when money was tight. I didn't feel much like celebrating, but something told me I should go anyway. I was walking near the midway, weaving through the crowd, when I caught sight of him, my grandfather. He was standing by the old Ferris wheel, in the same faded baseball cap that he always wore, watching the people go by. For a second, I thought my brain was just filling in a familiar face in the crowd, but then he turned, clear as day, and smiled at me. It wasn't a long moment, just a few seconds, but it froze me in place, and when I finally blinked, he was gone. No trace of him. I don't know what exactly I saw that day. I know it wasn't really him, but I like to think that maybe it was his way of keeping the tradition alive. One last trip to the fair together. Two winters ago, a huge black triangle craft hovered over the white pine trees along my farmland. I was probably 100 yards away, staring in awe. It appeared to be maybe 50 feet above the trees, hovering for about 3 to 4 minutes. Slowly hovered across the field for a couple of seconds. It then basically disappeared in front of my eyes. The craft appeared to be about 40 feet long. On each point of the triangles, it had a 3 to 5 diameter round plasma-like burner. It was evening time, but still light out when I witnessed this. It was probably 10 years ago. A year or two ago, my son and I witnessed a military fighter jet that came in over our farm at an extremely low altitude. We were in the farm shop and the windows started rattling, extremely loud, from the jet. We ran outside to see what was happening, and as we looked up, we noticed a 6 to 8 foot diameter, silver-gray orb buzzing around the sky at incredible speed. The jet was chasing the orb, but wasn't gaining on it. The jet at one point let about 4 or 5 flares out over our field, and then continued the chase. One night I was working in our dairy cooler with another worker, when out of the corner of my eye I caught movement. I looked up and watched someone walking past the large window that looked out into the main aisle. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, but the store was closed and locked up. Plus, we were the only ones that worked the night shift. But I asked if he saw it too. He just casually says, "Yeah, someone just walked past the cooler." So I go running out to see what's going on, who it is, and why they're in the store. But no one's there. I did a whole perimeter check too. I couldn't find a single person anywhere in the store. My car was the only one in the parking lot. My coworker didn't even drive. And all the doors were still locked. Not another living person in the entire store but us. I think the funniest thing is that my coworker was never fazed by it and couldn't really care less, while I, on the other hand, was completely freaked out by it. And I've never gotten an explanation. I've always considered my apartment building to be my fortress. I live on the 8th floor of a relatively new high-rise downtown. To get to me, you need a key fob to open the main lobby doors, another fob to call the elevator, and a specific code to activate my floor. You can't even take the stairs past the second level without a separate pass key. I didn't worry about break-ins or strangers. The building's security system was the main selling point. That false sense of security made what happened on Halloween so much worse. It was late, maybe 11 p.m. The street noise had quieted down. I'd curled up watching a movie, pleased I hadn't had to deal with a single trick-or-treater. On the 8th floor, you just don't get foot traffic. But then there was a knock. It wasn't the tentative tap of a child. It was a deliberate, heavy rap on the door. 3 solid knocks, spaced perfectly apart. I froze, instantly confused. I hadn't ordered food, and I wasn't expecting anyone. I waited, hoping whoever it was would assume I wasn't home and leave. But after a long minute of silence, a calm, distinctively masculine voice called out from the hallway, "Trick or treat." I laughed internally, a shaky, nervous laugh. A grown man on the 8th floor of a secure building looking for candy. It had to be a neighbor playing a late-night prank, but I didn't recognize the voice, and the sound of it, steady and calm, was unnerving. I called out, but my voice was muffled by the thick door. "Sorry, I'm not giving out candy tonight." The man didn't respond with a joke or an apology. Instead, he just repeated the demand. His voice was now lower, losing its mock cheery tone and taking on an edge of eerie patience. "I know you're in there. You're giving out candy. Trick or treat." The blood ran cold in my veins. This wasn't a prank. He sounded unwell. This was a statement. He wasn't asking for entry. He was asserting his knowledge of my presence. The fact that he was so high up so late and so incredibly persistent stripped away all my urban armor. I backed away from the door, fumbling for my phone. I dialed the number for the lobby security desk, keeping my voice low. "I need security up on the 8th floor, apartment 804. I whispered into the phone. "There's a man knocking, demanding to be let in. He's not a resident, I don't think." As I spoke, the man outside the door tried something new. I heard the faint metallic rattle of my doorknob as he quietly turned it. It was locked, of course, but the sound of his hand on my property trying to get in was a gut punch. "Ma'am, can you describe him?" the security guard asked, sounding almost bored. "I can't see him, but he's big, maybe, and he's getting mad. He's trying the knob now." The moment I finished speaking, the rattling stopped. Then the man outside began to push. It wasn't a violent kick or shoulder charge, but a slow, steady pressure against the heavy steel of the door, testing its frame. Creak. The sound of the door protesting against the hinges was the sound of my fortress failing. I could feel the terror rising, constricting my throat. "Please hurry. He's trying to break the door." Suddenly, the security guard's voice sharpened, his boredom vanishing. "Ma'am, listen to me. We're dispatching a patrol now. I'm looking at the basement cameras. We have a subject on the 8th floor. He bypassed the freight elevator, came up through the loading dock stairwell. He used something to tamper with the lockbox on the 7th floor landing, and that's how he gained access to the rest of the building." My breath hitched, my mind panicked. He hadn't just slipped in. He was prepared and dedicated. He had the knowledge and the tools to dismantle my building security system just to get to my door. Sure, he could have been trying random doors, but he was at mine. The sound of the pushing stopped. I heard the man take a deep, slow breath right outside the thick wood, and then the final, most terrifying sound of the night, a quiet, metallic scratching. He wasn't forcing the lock. He was calmly and deliberately inserting something into the keyhole. "He's picking the lock," I shrieked into the phone. "He's getting in. You have to come now." I hung up and scrambled across the room, grabbed the heaviest, least wieldy thing I owned, a small ceremonial sword I used as decoration. I stood in the middle of the room, shaking, focusing on the lock. Just as I heard the faint click that signaled a tumbler had fallen, the man outside suddenly froze. A moment later, I heard the faint, distant ping of the elevator arriving on the 8th floor. The security patrol had arrived. I heard the man mutter something, too low to understand, followed by the soft, quick sound of his feet retreating down the hall. Security found the hallway empty. They found no one matching my description in the stairwell, but they did find a tiny, fresh scratch mark, ringing my lock plate, and a faint, thin smear of grease on the doorframe. He wasn't an opportunistic drunk. He was a meticulous predator, I think. He'd chosen a target, calculated a weakness in the security, somehow, and came prepared to exploit it. He obviously didn't want candy. He wanted to violate my space, and the mask of Halloween just gave him a convenient excuse to be a stranger with intent. I loved that place, but I ended up moving out before the next Halloween. The walls felt like paper, and the door felt like a suggestion. My fortress had been successfully breached, and it was time to move on. It was 1996. I was 22, fresh out of community college, and I needed the overnight job at the Ames Industrial Park warehouse. It was massive. Half a dozen empty, corrugated steel buildings, surrounded by chain link just south of the city limits. The graveyard shift, midnight to 8, was simple. Patrol the perimeters and check the bay doors. The pay was great, mostly because absolutely nobody wanted the isolation. The solitude was crushing. The complex was so far from any streetlights that the darkness there was total and suffocating. My only company was my walkie-talkie and the beam of my heavy-duty flashlight. The first week was normal, just the sound of my boots, maybe the occasional skittering animal. The second week, I started seeing the movement. They were shadow people, but not the quick, blurring kind you hear about. These were solid, human-shaped forms, utterly black, as if they were cutouts of pure shadow. They weren't scary in the traditional sense. They didn't have glowing eyes or sharp teeth. They were just there. I saw one on the east perimeter. It was standing by the abandoned loading dock, facing the wall. I shined my flashlight right at it. The beam went through it, but it didn't dissipate. It remained perfectly defined. Three-dimensional void. It was too tall to be a person, but too solid to be a trick of the eye. It didn't react. Then I saw a second one, and a third. They were lined up about 30 feet apart, moving with agonizing slowness toward the north end of Warehouse 4. They moved in silence, maintaining a uniform distance, shoulder to shoulder with the wall. This didn't seem like a haunting, more like a procession. Over the next few weeks, the sightings escalated. It wasn't just a few individuals anymore. It was a fleet. I started seeing them every night, and they were always engaged in some kind of bizarre, coordinated, and pointless activity. In Warehouse 2, I saw 8 of them standing in 2 perfectly straight rows of 4. They were simply facing each other, unmoving for hours. In the parking lot, I watched a line of about 20 shadow people, marching in a slow, precise spiral pattern, walking until the leader reached the center, and then the whole pattern would dissolve into the asphalt, only to reform 30 minutes later and start the loop again. And because of that, I was able to show somebody else. Did they admit they thought it was paranormal? Absolutely not. Were they terrified? For sure. One night, I saw a dozen of them standing along the ridge of the roofline, their silhouettes perfectly cutting the pale, starless sky. They stood there facing out, like guarding nothing. The lack of malice, I guess, made it more interesting than unsettling. They never looked at me. They never tried to chase me. They never made a sound. I could walk right up to them and they wouldn't break their stride or formation. They were simply doing a job that didn't exist for an eternity. I felt they were ghosts of routine, of forgotten, endless labor. I realized I wasn't witnessing a moment of tragedy. I was watching the fabric of the place, the silent bureaucracy of the dead. The true moment of terror for me happened about 3 months in. I was doing a patrol around the main administration building. I was nervous, scanning my flashlight beam, trying to stay ahead of the jitters. Suddenly I saw a shadow person across the yard, facing my direction. I stopped, it stopped, and for the first time, one of them broke formation. It appeared to be mimicking what I was doing. I knew this because as I tilted my head, I saw it do the same thing. I felt a profound, chilling sense of being recognized. Then I heard my walkie-talkie crackle, which made me jump. But it wasn't the dispatcher. It was a faint, muffled sound, like heavy paper rustling, and then a series of 2 quick, low-pitched clicks. The shadow person lifted an arm with impossible stillness. It moved its hand, a black cutout of a hand, as if it was waving me forward. Somehow, I was sure that I was witnessing the remnants of people performing tasks they'd been forced to do in life. They were moving inventory, standing for roll calls, making entries into registers that vanished decades ago. And the one who waved me forward, it wasn't threatening me. I guess more asking me to join the routine, inviting me to step into the formation. I didn't go near it because I'm not that brave, or maybe I'm just that smart. I quit that job a week later. I only ever showed the one person, and I've never really told the full story. How do you explain that you are haunted by a fleet of shadow accountants performing an eternal, pointless inventory? My farmhouse is older than the state itself, and for the last 40 years, it's almost been filled with silence. After my husband Thomas passed, the silence became less peaceful and more like a heavy, suffocating blanket. I was lonely, terribly so, and that, I think, is why I saw him. He was just a boy, maybe 6 years old. I call him the boy because I never learned his name. He wore clothes that belonged to another time, simple dark trousers and a homespun shirt. A real old-type outfit. He never made a sound, but he was as clear as furniture. Not transparent, just faded, like a watercolor left in the sun. He started small. Sometimes I'd catch him sitting on the third step of the main staircase, knees drawn up to his chest, just watching me work in the kitchen. He looked profoundly sad, with eyes that seemed far too old for his little face. He wasn't frightening. He was lost. I couldn't call the police, of course. Who would believe an old widow talking about a sad, faded boy in her stairwell? Instead, I treated him like a house guest. "Hello, darling," I'd murmur when I caught glimpses of him. "Are you cold today?" I started leaving things for him. I knew he wouldn't eat them, obviously, but it was for my own comfort. I'd set out a saucer of the blueberry muffins Thomas loved, or a small, polished wooden toy that I'd found tucked away in the attic. It was the type of toy from his era. You could tell. Our routine settled into a quiet companionship. I talked to him while I did the dishes, telling him about the flowers in my garden or the recipes I was trying. When I would see him and not just feel him, he'd simply sit and watch. His expression never changed, a ghost of sorrow anchored to the wood of my home. The loneliness in the house had not vanished, but it had shifted. Now it was the boy and I, lonely together. The turning point happened last October. It was drizzly and dark. I was on a stepladder in the kitchen, reaching for the rare used ceramic bread crock on the highest shelf. My arthritis had been particularly vicious that week, and my footing wasn't steady. As I stretched, the ladder shifted on the uneven plank floor. I knew that I was going over. I felt myself pitching backward, the fall certain to result in a broken hip, maybe worse. In that half a second of panic, I felt two small, strong hands slam into my lower back. They weren't ethereal or cold. They were solid, warm, and powerful. They shoved forward, riding the ladder and saving me from the fall. I stumbled, gripping the counter. My heart was thundering. I spun around, expecting to see the boy, perhaps frightened by his own powerful action. But the room was empty. The staircase was bare. The only sound was the drip of the faucet. "Thank you," I whispered to the empty air, sinking into the kitchen chair, my legs shaking. He'd been there. He'd touched me. He'd used some sort of power, whatever it was, not to scare me, but to protect me. The next morning, I was getting dressed, and I noticed the marks on my lower back, right where the hands had pressed. There were two small, perfectly circular bruises. They were purple and tender, the size of a child's palms. They were the proof that I'd been touched by a lost companion. They were wonderful, a mark of his kindness. But they didn't fade. Weeks passed and the bruises didn't change color. They remained a persistent, dusky purple. Then the true impact began to reveal itself. I started getting weaker. Not just old age weak, but truly frail. I developed a rattling cough that wouldn't go away, and a debilitating fatigue. My doctor was concerned, running tests, but finding nothing conclusive. My heart was fine, my lungs were clear, but I felt like I was wasting away. I was sitting in my favorite armchair one afternoon, feeling weaker than ever, when I saw the boy again. He was in his usual spot, but this time, he wasn't just sad. His face was twisted with absolute anguish. His faded clothes seemed thinner, and his form more translucent than before. I finally understood. When he saved me, when he used his solid touch to push me, he hadn't just left a bruise. It's like he'd transferred something. Perhaps the illness that killed him, or the profound weakness of a body that had long been gone. He'd given me a part of himself, a piece of his spectral burden. The bruises weren't exactly a mark of his kindness. They were the entry points for his fading existence. It's been 6 years, but I still jump when Mark calls my name from another room. I still listen twice. We don't live in that cabin anymore and haven't for a long time, but the sound, the perfect, horrifying imitation of the person you love, that sound still lives in my head. We bought the cabin on Lake Crescent because we wanted quiet, and we got it. Too much of it. The first unsettling thing was the silence itself. When we fought, our words just died. There was no reverberation, no echo off the cedar walls. It felt like the house was sucking the sound right out of the air. The calling started with Mark. He'd be in the basement or outside, and I'd hear his voice, loud and clear, asking, "Sarah, are you upstairs?" I'd shout back, "Yeah, I'm right here." And I'd wait for him to come up, but he wouldn't. When I'd go find him, he'd be miles away from where the voice came from, completely focused on whatever he was doing. He'd look at me like I was crazy when I'd ask why he called my name. I didn't believe him at first. I thought he was distracted or forgetful. Then came the evening I heard my own voice. Mark was out splitting wood for the fireplace. I was reading a book, cozy by the window, and that's when I heard it. A blood-curdling shriek. It was Mark's voice. Not just loud, but frantic, screaming. "Sarah, get out. Get out now." I threw the book aside. My heart seized up, convinced that he was hurt, or that a bear had gotten him. I ran to the front door and yanked it open, braced myself for whatever horror I'd find. As I did, I heard my own voice. "Don't go. Don't." The door opened now. I saw Mark was 10 feet away, calmly stacking logs. He wasn't even breathing hard. He dropped the axe and stared at my face. "What happened? You look like you saw a ghost." "I heard you scream," I whispered, barely able to breathe. "Right inside the living room. Sounded like you were being attacked. And I heard me." He walked towards me. His face was a mask of confusion. "Sarah, I haven't made a sound. I've been here the whole time." I was genuinely freaked out. This wasn't what I ever had in mind when I thought about paranormal activity. It wasn't a spirit that we had to see. It was a thing that could perfectly copy the one person we trusted most in the world. It was a mimic, a thing that had no voice of its own, but was slowly building a dictionary out of ours. It felt like the sounds got smarter. That's when it became true horror. One afternoon I was alone. Mark was at his part-time job down the road, and I was fixing lunch when I heard it from our bedroom. Mark's voice, low and tender, whispering, "I love you. You know that, right?" I froze and my knees went weak. It was that exact phrase, delivered in that exact vulnerable tone that he'd used on a specific night after I'd confided a deep, private fear to him. It was a secret sound, one meant only for me. My first thought was that he'd come home early to surprise me. I started to walk towards the hall, a happy smile forming. Then my eyes darted to the coat rack. Mark was wearing his heavy blue rain jacket that morning. The voice that I'd just heard had a tiny, faint accompanying sound, the creak of the old leather jacket that he'd wore on weekends. I didn't open the door. I didn't even breathe, I feel like. I just stood there, listening to the silence, knowing that Mark wasn't there. The thing that wasn't him was there, perfectly reciting the most intimate, sacred moments of our lives. It was basically learning to be him. I backed away, grabbed my keys, and sat trembling in the car until the real Mark came home. That was the night we decided to leave. We packed the next morning, moving with a desperate, frantic urgency. As Mark was strapping a box to the roof rack, I was about to close the trunk when I heard the final terrible echo. It was Mark's voice, coming from inside the cabin, from the empty darkness of the main room. It was cold and flat. It was perfectly possessive. "Go back. You can't leave me." That was all we needed. He heard it. We didn't finish loading. We just got in the car and drove, leaving behind half of our things, and the thing that was slowly wearing our marriage like a costume. I know now it wasn't a traditional haunting. It was a creature of sound, like an acoustic parasite. It didn't want to hurt us physically. It wanted to override us, replacing our genuine voices with its terrifying echoes. Every time Mark calls my name now, even in our perfectly ordinary city apartment, a part of me has to listen twice, terrified that it's not my husband speaking, but the thing that remembers the sound of our love. I was a huge idiot. That's the simplest way to explain how I ended up with this scar. Back in the early 2000s, I wasn't some veteran paranormal investigator. I was just a loudmouth skeptic. I thought that I was smarter than every campfire story, every weird legend about abandoned places. My plan wasn't to find ghosts. It was to prove that every moan and chill was just old plumbing and drafts. This exact attitude is what led me to Westwood State Hospital. Everyone local knew the place. It had been shut down for decades, but the stories persisted. All centered on the terrible history of a doctor in the mid-20th century. We'll call him Thorne, who was infamous for his bizarre, cruel treatments. They said that he used to lock the worst patients in freezing water as a form of shock therapy. The hospital was a ruin, a monument to misery, and people swore that Thorne's spirit still held court in the lower levels. I broke in one night in 2002. I only took a handful of things, a sturdy flashlight, a cheap tape recorder just in case, and a basic thermometer. I wasn't mapping drafts, I was looking for the infamous hydrotherapy rooms in the basement, the rumored epicenter of the hauntings. When I found them deep underground, the air hit me like a physical barrier. It wasn't the fresh, earthy smell of a basement. It was dense, stagnant, and tasted like metal and dried rot. I managed to get inside a small concrete cell, the old solitary confinement area. I sat down and made myself wait. I wanted the silence. That's when the temperature dropped. I wasn't watching a fancy meter, but I felt it. The air around me didn't cool. It solidified. It felt like being suddenly submerged in an invisible, paralyzing ice bath. I could feel the cold steal the heat right out of my skin, and my lungs seized up, not from fear, but from the shock of the temperature. I couldn't move, I couldn't shout. I was frozen solid, sitting up. Then came the weight. I felt a tremendous, crushing pressure on my left shoulder. It was heavier than any man and colder than anything earthly. And it was digging in, right next to my ear. I heard the sound, one that didn't belong to any language, not any I know. It was a vicious, wet, hissing whisper, a rapid-fire snarl that was absolutely saturated with pure clinical cruelty. It seemed like the sound of a hateful man giving a diagnosis to his victim. I felt the malice pour over me like black oil. And when the pressure finally abruptly released, I collapsed, gasping for air. The cold vanished immediately, but my heart was hammering so hard, it hurt. I didn't even bother trying to grab my gear. I stumbled out of the horrible cell and didn't stop running until I was on the highway, shaking myself to pieces in the driver's seat. I thought I'd survived with only a story. But it was the next morning when I was checking myself for cuts, I found the evidence. On my left shoulder, where the pressure had been, there was a mark. It was shocking. It wasn't a bruise. It was a circle of bone-white skin, totally void of color, as if the life had been sucked out of it. And right across the center were 5 perfectly, deathly white fingerprints. They were pressed into my skin with impossible force. A brand of absolute supernatural cold. My doctor looked at it confused, told me that he had no explanation for the pigment loss. The mark is still there. It's the proof I never wanted, I guess. But the mark isn't just a scar, really. Feels like a tether. Whether the spirit of that awful doctor gets close or when he does, usually when I'm alone and quiet, the mark starts to radiate that impossible, painful cold. I feel a knot of ice in my shoulder that spreads down my arm. And with the chill comes terror, I guess. Thoughts that feel alien, yet perfectly formed. It's just in the most messed up way. There's like this feeling that I'm connected to whatever spirit was there, that it's not a good one. You get to a certain age and you figure out what you like. For me, it's high up places and quiet work. That's why when I retired from teaching high school shop, I took the volunteer gig with the Forest Service. I spent summers in a lookout tower on the spine of the Cascades, a little glass box 80 feet up, just me and the wideband radio. The silence up there isn't really silence. It's a texture of its own. It's the hum of the transformer, the rattle of the glass when the wind hits, the distant, steady rush of a stream 10 miles down the valley. And beneath all that, the radio static, a soft, low hiss that you don't hear, you just feel it in your teeth. That hiss is the baseline of the world, and I grew to love it. My job was to monitor emergency channels mostly. You listen for the distress codes, for the hikers who went off trail. But mostly you listen to nothing. Hours and days of the earth breathing, broken up by the occasional call from another lookout or a grumpy park ranger down in the valley. This one night, maybe halfway through July, the air felt thick and still, The kind of night where the stars are so bright that you feel that you could reach out and pluck them. I was half dozing in my chair, with my heavy foam headphones on, just basking in the hiss, when something broke it. It wasn't a human voice, not with a distress call, but with a song. It was like a little girl's voice, clear as spring water, singing a very old nursery rhyme, one about a willow branch and a silver needle. It sounded incredibly close, almost in the room with me, which was impossible. I was locked in, 30 miles from the nearest paved road. I snapped awake, reaching for the mic. Forest Service Lookout 47, I have an unsecured channel. Identify yourself, please. The singing didn't stop. It just kept going. Sweet, simple, filling my head. Then the second voice cut in. It was low, guttural, and so deep it felt less like a sound and more like a vibration passing through the bone. It was singing the exact same melody, though. It was completely off-key, warped, somehow backwards even. The two voices layered over each other, the sweet, clear child, and this wet, throaty sound that was wrong in every measure. The combined noise made the static scream, like the radio waves themselves were protesting the sound. I realized with a crushing, sickening certainty that the noise wasn't coming from the airwaves. It was being channeled through the headset, not by it. It was something in the woods, or maybe beneath them, using the equipment to gain access to my head. My hands flew up to rip the headset off, but I was too slow. Right as my fingers touched the foam, the little girl's voice stopped abruptly. The deep, rumbling voice stopped with her. And the silence that followed wasn't the natural silence I love. It was an echoing, held breath kind of silence. Then, crystal clear, right in the dead air of the empty channel, the little girl's voice said a simple, 3-word phrase. Not a question or a threat, just an observation. It's quiet now. I flung the headset across the room. It clattered against the far wall, sending a fresh burst of static across the cabin. I spent the rest of the night with my back wedged against the stove, listening to the glass rattle, waiting for the morning light to paint the trees. I never mentioned it in the log. I told the ranger that my radio had been acting up and that the unit needed maintenance. They replaced the whole system the next week. But when I'm driving down an empty road, alone sometimes, if I turn off my own car radio, I hear that brief, held breath silence before the engine noise comes back. I remember that little voice in the silence that was out there. It's quiet now. Back in the late 80s, I worked at this small family-owned supermarket in a quiet little town in southwestern Colorado. It wasn't much, a couple aisles of groceries, a deli that always smelled like fried chicken, and a row of humming coolers that never quite worked right. I'd been there long enough to know everyone who came and went, especially the vendors. One of them was a guy named Rick. He handled deliveries for a snack company, chips, pretzels, that kind of thing. He was one of those people everyone liked, always smiling, always had a joke ready, and somehow made stocking shelves at 6 a.m. feel like less of a drag. Then one morning, we got the news. Rick had gone home after his route the night before, sat down in his chair, and had a heart attack. His wife found him like that, just gone. It hit everyone pretty hard. You see someone almost every day for years, and then suddenly, they're just not there. For a few weeks, every time I saw one of those red delivery trucks, my brain automatically expected to see him behind the wheel. A few days after the funeral, I was walking across our parking lot to clock in. It was early, maybe 7 in the morning, still a little fog clinging to the ground. I remember hearing the familiar sound of a delivery truck engine, that low diesel rumble echoing between the buildings. I looked up, and there it was, Rick's truck. Same company logo, same dent on the back fender, same squeaky brake that I'd heard 1,000 times. It rolled right past the store entrance, heading toward the back delivery lot. And behind the wheel was Rick. I stopped mid-step. My brain just flatlined. He was wearing the same navy work shirt he always wore, same short haircut, even his same posture. One arm on the window frame, leaning slightly left like he always did when driving. I blinked hard, thinking maybe the early morning light was messing with me, but no, it was him, clear as day. I stood there long enough that the automatic doors opened behind me were closing again. The truck turned the corner and disappeared down the back road that looped behind the store. I just stood there for a minute staring after it. My heart was sort of racing by this point. And then I went inside. But the whole morning, it felt different. The aisles were too quiet. Every time someone wheeled a cart over a tile, I seemed to jump. I didn't tell anyone at work right away because honestly, I didn't want to sound crazy. That weekend, though, my band was playing a gig at this little bar downtown. Our drummer, Mike, he worked across the street at the Safeway. During a break, we got to talking, and I mentioned Rick and how weird it felt not seeing him anymore. When I told him what I'd seen that morning, Mike went still. Then he looked at me like I'd just said something I shouldn't have. He told me he'd seen Rick too. Same truck, same week, driving right past the Safeway lot, looking exactly the same. Neither of us knew what to make of it. We went back and forth for a while, convincing ourselves it must have been another driver, maybe a replacement using his truck, or maybe a guy who just looked like him. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true, and so did he. There's no mistaking someone you saw every other day for years. It wasn't just the look, it was the feeling. That cold wave that hits when you realize that you're seeing something that technically shouldn't exist. To this day, I can still picture that morning, the sound of the truck engine and the shine of the chrome bumper, the way he turned the wheel with one hand, everything. I don't know what I saw, or I don't know how to explain it, but I know it was him. I've been an apartment property manager for a small complex for about 5 years now, and you do see all kinds of weird things. But this started with a perfectly normal email from a tenant, an older woman named Miss Peterson, who was moving into a retirement home. She just wanted to know if we could dispose of a few old, heavy items that she didn't want to haul with her. One of them was a massive, ordinately carved oak mirror, the kind that takes 2 strong men just to lift. I told her that we couldn't officially do disposal, but I'd listed in the community classified section under our building newsletter for free. I snapped a quick photo of it in her empty living room. It was beautiful, honestly. Dark, heavy wood, maybe an antique. The glass was deeply smoked and cloudy with age. I took the photo for the listing. It just showed the mirror leaning against the wall of the vacant apartment. The listing ran for a week and no one bid. Too big, too heavy, I guess. So I took the listing down. The next day I had to go back to the unit to do a final walkthrough. Everything was spotless, except for the mirror still leaning against the far wall. I walked through the unit, taking notes, and then I stopped. I pulled out my phone to check my checklist, and I saw the photo of the mirror on my camera roll. But it wasn't the original photo. In the picture, the lighting was different. The apartment didn't look empty anymore. The mirror was still there, but reflected in the glass, faintly, was a narrow, dark hallway that I didn't recognize. It looked like it was taken on a different phone, too. The timestamp was from the day before, right when I took the original photo, but the file name was slightly off. I checked my phone's recently deleted folder. The original, clear photo of an empty room. It was there, waiting to be permanently deleted. This new photo, this reflection photo, was now the main copy. I was creeped out, but I'm rational. Maybe it was a cloud backup glitch. Maybe I accidentally downloaded an old stock photo. I deleted the corrupted image, took a new one of the empty room, and finished the walkthrough. I went home that night. When I scrolled through my phone's photos to show my wife the unit, the new uncorrupted photo was gone. In its place, again, was the same picture of the mirror, showing that dark, unidentifiable hallway. I tried to zoom in, but the reflection was just too murky. This went on for 3 days. Every time I took a new picture, the next day it would be overwritten with a new one. Same mirror, same dark hallway in the glass. On the 4th day, I got a text from a different tenant saying they were interested in the mirror I posted. I said I hadn't posted anything lately, asked if they were referring to the old one, but they insisted. It's right here in the community chat. You just posted it an hour ago. I opened the chat. There was my contact photo and a message I absolutely did not write. Mirror, beautiful, must go today, Mrs. Peterson's old home. And below it was the picture. Not the picture of the mirror in the empty room. It was the picture of the mirror with that dark, reflective hallway. Only this time, it wasn't murky. It was crisp. And in the very back of the reflection, standing right at the end of the reflected hall, was the very faint, very tall, unmistakable shape of a man. I threw my phone down, drove back to the apartment, wrapped that mirror in a sheet, and dragged it to the dumpster. I couldn't, in a good conscience, hand that thing over to someone, but I also couldn't destroy it, so I left it there. The next day, the listing on the community chat was deleted, and the mirror was gone.